Spoilsport. When everyone is having fun, he's the spoilsport who ruins the mood with his pointless complaints. Loiter. A security guard warned loiterers hanging around the entrance to the store. Moiety. He donated half of his inheritance to a charity for underprivileged children. Annoy. The neighbor's noise, which continues until late at night, is extremely annoying for everyone in the apartment. Boy. The boy was laughing happily while chasing a soccer ball in the park. Coy. When asked about her salary, she coyly avoided making a statement. Decoy. Police set up fake trading locations as decoys to lure out the perpetrators. Deploy. The military deploys the latest defense systems in response to rising tensions along the border. Destroy. The huge typhoon completely destroyed the beautiful cityscape in just a few hours. Employ. The new factory plans to employ hundreds of local residents. Enjoy. On weekends, he enjoys listening to his favorite music and slowly sipping coffee. Joy. When she heard the news of the birth of her grandchild, her heart was filled with great joy. Ploy. He used the ploy of appearing weak to lull his rivals into a false sense of security. Soy. For health reasons, he drinks soy milk in his coffee instead of milk. Toy. As a child, he loved to spend hours playing with wooden toys. Paranoiac. He fell into a paranoid state, believing that everyone around him was his enemy. Paranoia. He was suffering from extreme paranoia, believing that someone was constantly watching him. Enjoyable. The weekend hike was blessed with good weather, and was a very enjoyable experience for the whole family. Loyalist. He was a loyalist who maintained strong loyalty to the old regime even after the revolution. Royalist. As the storm of revolution raged, he continued to act as a royalist supporting the old monarchy. Voyage. He set off on a grueling months-long ship voyage in search of new lands. Loyal. He is a loyal person who will never betray his friends, no matter how difficult the situation. Royal. He serves the royal family. Loyalty. He pledges unwavering loyalty to the Lord he has served for many years. Royalty. In that country, royalty is still held in deep respect by the people. Buoyancy. Rehabilitation that utilizes the buoyancy and restorative power of water, places less strain on the joints. Annoyance. The constant noise from the construction work caused local residents to feel annoyed and unable to hide their annoyance. Clairvoyance. She is said to have an uncanny clairvoyance that allows her to foresee future events. Flamboyance. She overwhelmed those around her with her unique fashion sense and natural flamboyance. Buoyant. No matter how difficult the situation, he never loses his buoyant spirit. Clairvoyant. Like a clairvoyant, she could see into the hidden intentions of others. Flamboyant. The rock star captivated the audience with his flamboyant performance on stage. Flamboyantly. He always dresses flamboyantly and attracts attention from those around him. Joyous. The whole town was decorated with colorful flowers, and the joyous festival celebrating the harvest began. Foible. He is a good leader, but he has a small foible. He is not very punctual. Soybean. Soybeans, the raw material for tofu and soy sauce, are an essential ingredient in Japanese cuisine. Unavoidable. Flight delays due to bad weather are unavoidable for safety reasons. Avoidance. He made a point of not mentioning the topic to avoid trouble. Embroider. Embroidered her initials in blue thread in the corner of a white handkerchief. Embroidery. She is self-taught and has acquired advanced techniques, creating pieces featuring delicate embroidery. Destroyer. The Navy's most advanced destroyers are on guard near the border. Employer. He is a very conscientious employer who puts the welfare of his employees first. Foyer. In the theater's luxurious foyer, the audience eagerly awaited the start of the show. Cloying. The perfume had such a sweet and cloying smell that it made people around me uncomfortable. Boyish. Even now in his 40s, he still retains a boyish look when he smiles mischievously. Employee. The company introduced a new vacation policy to increase employee satisfaction. Boycott. To protest unfair working conditions, consumers boycotted the company's products. Toiletry. In preparation for the trip, I packed toiletries such as toothbrushes and shampoo in my bag. Spoilage. The refrigerator broke down, causing the food inside to spoil. Deployment. In response to rising tensions along the border, the government has decided to strengthen military deployments. Employment. As the economy recovers, employment opportunities for young people are gradually increasing. Unemployment. The unemployment rate is falling. Coinage. In order to stabilize the economy, the government issued a new coinage. Adjoining. At the hotel, we booked adjoining rooms to make it easier for families. Poignancy. He expressed the poignancy of leaving his hometown in beautiful poetry. Poignant. The letter, which described memories of the author's late mother, was poignant and deeply resonated with the reader. Poignantly. The film's final scene was a poignant portrayal of lost love. Arroyo. A severe thunderstorm in the arid region caused a flood of muddy water to rush into a dried-up arroyo. Moisten. She moisturized her face with lotion to soothe her dry skin. Cloister. The monks were lost in meditation as they walked through the quiet cloister. Boisterous. During recess, the classroom was filled with the boisterous voices of children, running around energetically. Loiter. The police warned young people who were loitering aimlessly in front of the station late at night. Poison. Poisons harmful to humans were detected in the soil at the old factory site. Poisoning. Several members of the group suffered food poisoning after drinking unsanitary water at the camp. Noisy. His room faces the street and is very noisy with the sound of traffic until late at night. Annoyed. He seemed very annoyed by the noise from his neighbors, which continued until late at night. Avoid. To avoid accidents, you must always pay attention to your surroundings while driving. Devoid. The desert landscape was devoid of any life, with not a single plant growing. Steroid. He took medical steroids under the supervision of a doctor to speed up his recovery from the injury. Unemployed. Due to the effects of the global recession, many people have lost their jobs and are now unemployed. Void. If a contract is not signed, the document is considered legally void. Boil. To make tea, first bring the water to a boil in a kettle. Broil. He broiled the steak over high heat in the oven to make it crispy on the outside. Coil. When he was done using the long rope, he neatly coiled it and put it away in the warehouse. Embroil. Against his will, he found himself embroiled in someone else's complicated legal battle. Foil. He wrapped leftovers in aluminum foil to keep the food fresh. Oil. We use oil for cooking. Recoil. She saw a creepy bug crawling at her feet and instinctively recoiled. Roil. A violent storm is roiling the sea, sending muddy waves crashing violently onto the shore. Soil. The kids played in the mud and soiled their favorite white t-shirts. Spoil. Our much-anticipated weekend picnic was ruined by a sudden rain shower. Toil. To support his family, he works hard at a construction site from morning till night every day. Embroiled. Against his will, he was embroiled in someone else's financial troubles. Adjoin. Is adjoined to my sister's room, and we can sometimes hear each other talking through the wall. Coin. To commemorate the 100th anniversary of the founding of the country, the government issued a commemorative coin made of pure gold. Conjoin. By conjoining two different technologies, an innovative product was born. Enjoin. His doctor strongly encouraged him to quit smoking to reduce the strain on his heart. Groin. He hurt his groin during a soccer game and was forced to leave the game. Join. He joined a local book club to find more people with common interests. Purloin. He was fired on suspicion of attempting to purloin confidential company information. Rejoin. He has finished his injury treatment and is scheduled to finally rejoin his former team next week. Rejoinder. He responded to sharp criticism with witty rejoinders. Appointed. He was appointed to be in charge of the project and showed enthusiasm for his new role. Disappointed. He was extremely disappointed because the performance of the new product he had been looking forward to was below his expectations. Disjointed. His explanations were disjointed and difficult to follow. Join. The two rivers join in the center of the city and flow into the sea as a larger river. Offense. He broke a traffic rule, but because it was his first offense, he only received a stern warning. Aseptic. The operating room environment is kept highly aseptic to prevent infection. Apiculture. He majored in apiculture at university and is researching the ecology and environmental conservation of honeybees. Confessor. He confessed his sins and sought the advice of a confessor for the salvation of his soul. Consignor. The consignor of the shipment instructed that the item be carefully packed to prevent damage during transport. Crepuscular. Bats have a crepuscular habit, being active at dusk and before dawn. Cryptographer. Cryptographers working for intelligence agencies are tasked with intercepting and deciphering enemy communications. Cultivator. Gardeners worked with manual cultivators to till the soil and remove weeds. Cynosure. Her graceful dance was the cynosure of all eyes at the party that night. Discoverer. He etched his name in history as the discoverer who first found the unknown ruins. Inquisitor. He acted like an inquisitor, repeatedly asking tough questions of the suspect. Palaver. He continued his pointless palaver for hours on end about trivial matters. Philander. He is handsome and social, but he is famous for philandering here and there. Philanderer. He is a charming person, but he is also known as a philanderer who has affairs with many women. Poser. He pretends to be knowledgeable about art, but in reality he is nothing more than an empty poseur. Provender. Farmers prepared for winter by storing large amounts of dry provender for their livestock. Pullover. He felt a little chilly, so he layered a thin woolen pullover over his dress shirt. Savoir-faire. Possesses the impressive savoir-faire to behave calmly and appropriately in any social situation. Selector. I switched input sources using the selector on the front of the audio device. Unfetter. He unfettered himself from old habits and began a new life. Dullard. He is very earnest, but is often mistaken for a dullard who is slow to grasp new concepts. Unlettered. Although he never had the opportunity to attend school and was unlettered, he was extremely knowledgeable about life. Subaltern. He began his military career at the subaltern ranks of lieutenant and second lieutenant. Accursed. He cursed the accursed fate that continued to torment him. Apostate. He abandoned his former beliefs and was criticized by those around him as an apostate. Commissariat. Military commissariat plays a vital role in delivering food and fuel to soldiers in the field. Matriculate. He has finally matriculated into his dream university and is excited about his new life. Palpitate. Right before giving a speech in front of many people, his heart palpitated violently with nervousness. Prevaricate. When asked a pertinent question, he always prevaricates. Casuistry. He tried to justify his wrongdoings by resorting to sophistry and casuistry. Run-of-the-mill. The novels he wrote were run-of-the-mill love stories you could find anywhere. Antonym. The antonym of hot is cold, and it is learned as basic vocabulary. Up-and-coming. He is an up-and-coming young artist who is attracting attention from all over the world. Antichrist. In the story, the Antichrist appears as the incarnation of evil who brings chaos to the world. Acerbity. His criticism was acerbity, and many writers feared his sharp words. Adjacency. The hotel boasts its adjacency to the ocean, with all rooms offering ocean views. Amatory. He wrote passionate, amatory poems and dedicated them to the woman he loved. Apologia. He has issued a detailed public apologia for his past gaffes. Apostasy. He began to question the doctrines he had believed in for many years and ultimately chose the path of apostasy. Asperity. He scolded his subordinate for the mistake in a tone filled with unusual asperity. Assiduity. He used his characteristic assiduity and perseverance to organize the vast amount of data over the course of several months. Avidity. He has a strong avidity for absorbing new knowledge and reads several books every day. Bashfully. He took to the stage in front of a huge audience, smiling bashfully. Benevolently. He is always benevolently involved with people in need and makes generous donations. Bigamy. In many countries, bigamy is prohibited by law. Buffoonery. He incurred his boss's wrath with silly buffoonery in the middle of a serious meeting. Cajolery. With some skillful cajolery, he persuaded his mother to buy him a new video game. Catastrophically. The economic policies failed and caused catastrophic damage to the country's finances. Commendably. He handled the difficult situation with commendable calm and kept the damage to a minimum. Confraternity. He joined a confraternity of like-minded people and devoted himself to volunteer work. Contiguity. The two states are in a contiguity, sharing a common border. Cookery. She went to a vocational school in Paris to study traditional French cookery. Declivity. The road has a steep declivity, so you need to be careful when cycling down it. Distractedly. He seemed to be thinking about something else, as he answered my question distractedly. Dubiously. He shook his head dubiously when he heard about the investment that was too cheap. Dusky. The sun set, and a dusky darkness began to envelop the surroundings. Fecundity. The land was very fertile and brought a rich harvest with its remarkable fecundity. Flippancy. He maintained his flippancy even at the serious funeral, which angered his relatives. Glass and steel. The city center is lined with modern glass and steel skyscrapers. Gustatory. The high-end restaurant serves dishes that are not only visually pleasing, but also gustatory. Holistically. To solve a problem, we need to look at the whole problem holistically, not just a part of it. Impiety. Joking during a sacred ceremony is an impiety that cannot be tolerated by religious people. Insufficiency. The main reason for the failure of this project was the insufficiency of the preparation period. Magnanimity. He showed magnanimity by forgiving those who criticized him, and earned the respect of those around him. Matricide. News of the prince's matricide, in which he had murdered his own mother, the evil queen, shocked the nation. Misanthropy. After years of betrayal, he developed a deep misanthropy. Monotonously. He spoke monotonously in a monotonous voice, boring the audience. Nugatory. No matter how great a plan is, it is nugatory if there is no budget to carry it out. Obliquity. He didn't answer the question directly, but instead avoided it with obliquity. Obstinately. No matter how much those around him tried to persuade him, he refused to admit his mistake and obstinately stuck to his opinion. Philately. Through his childhood hobby of philately, he learned about world history and culture. Philology. At university, he majored in philology, which studies the history of language and the evolution of literature. Phonology. In the linguistics seminar, I learned the basics of phonology, which analyzes the sound system of a language. Plutocracy. A state in which politics is dominated by a small group of people with enormous wealth is called plutocracy. Profundity. His words were filled with a profound profundity that struck at the very core of life. Promontory. An old lighthouse stands quietly on a high promontory jutting out into the sea. Pugnacity. He has a very pugnacious personality and tends to clash with others over trivial matters. Pungency. The distinctive pungency of fresh wasabi really enhanced the flavor of the dish. Rookery. On the rocks near the coast there are rookeries where thousands of penguins gather to breed. Sagacity. She displayed extraordinary business sagacity and saved her company from bankruptcy. Salivary. Just smelling the food made the salivary glands in my mouth start to produce saliva. Sanguinary. The battle resulted in heavy casualties on both sides, making it one of the most sanguinary conflicts in history. Satiety. After finishing the lavish full-course meal, he felt a pleasant sense of satiety. Semantically. These two sentences have different structures, but express roughly the same semantic meaning. Singularity. In physics, the center of a black hole is called a singularity, where the density becomes infinite. Sophistry. His argument sounds logical at first glance, but it is actually mere sophistry that misses the point. Stumpy. The old tree had broken branches and looked thick and stumpy. Stupefy. The news was so shocking that it left him stupefied and speechless. Sulky. When things don't go his way, he quickly becomes pouty and sulky. Suppository. For patients who could not take oral medication, suppositories were prescribed for absorption through the rectum. Taxidermy. In the museum's exhibition hall, animals created through advanced taxidermy are lined up as if they might move at any moment. Taxonomy. Biologists use the latest taxonomy to determine the classification of the newly discovered species. Tomography. To make a detailed diagnosis, the doctor performed a tomography scan using the latest equipment. Topology. Topology, a branch of mathematics, studies the continuous deformation of shapes. Touchingly. She spoke touchingly and deeply of her gratitude to her late mother, bringing the audience to tears. Tranquility. The morning tranquility of the lakeside calms the minds of all who visit. Tribally. In this region, people are tribally united and continue to preserve their own cultures and customs. Cut and dried. The solution to the problem was cut and dried and uncontroversial. Unfeigned. She received the surprise gift and her face was one of unfeigned joy. Accrete. Cosmic dust particles accrete due to gravity, and eventually planets are formed. Maltreat. It is strictly forbidden by law for pet owners to maltreat their pets. Vacuity. His speech was full of beautiful rhetoric, but the content had a serious vacuity to it. Avaricious. He was an avaricious man, and despite already having sufficient wealth, he pursued more and more profit. Curio. His study is packed with rare antiques and curios that he has collected from his travels around the world. Convoke. The President immediately convokes the National Security Council to respond to the emergency. Condole. He visited his friend who had lost a loved one and offered his heartfelt condolences. Anticyclone. Looking at the weather map, a massive anticyclone is stationary, so clear weather is expected to continue. Flood-prone. The area is low-lying and flood-prone, meaning it is easily inundated after heavy rains. Double-cross. He was double-crossed by someone he thought was a friend and lost all his gains. Underexposed. The photo was underexposed, meaning it was dark and lacked detail. Alumna. She was invited to her alma mater's commemorative ceremony as a distinguished alumna of the university. Cadenza. The audience was captivated by the cadenza played with great skill by the soloist at the end of the concerto. Camellia. Bright red camellia flowers bloom in the winter garden, adding color to the cold. Conviviality. The party venue was filled with the laughter and conviviality of friends. Fuchsia. She planted fuchsia in her garden, which produces vibrant purple and pink flowers. Lucre. He was blinded by dirty lucre and betrayed his longtime friend. Sumptuary. In ancient societies, there were sumptuary laws that restricted the luxury of clothing and food according to social status. Milieu. He grew up in a unique milieu where artists gathered. Butcher. The skilled butcher skillfully cut the meat into individual parts. Wooden. He lives in an old wooden house. Wooded. We strolled along quiet wooded paths, listening to the birdsong. Pudding. After dinner, she treated her family to homemade pudding, rich in eggs for dessert. Goodie. The bag was filled with goodies that children would love, such as sweets and small toys. Sugar. I put sugar in my coffee. Sugary. Drinks that are too sugary can have adverse effects on your health. Crooked. The door to the old shed is crooked and difficult to close. Hooker. In the game of rugby, the hooker plays a vital role as the central figure in the scrum. Cookie. She bakes some crispy chocolate chip cookies in the oven for afternoon tea. Boulevard. The wide boulevard that runs through the center of the city is lined with luxury brand stores. Bullock. The farmer used 2 bullocks to pull a plow and cultivate the barren land. Bullet. He is nicknamed Silver Bullet within the team because of his incredible speed. Bulletin. In the middle of the news, a special bulletin announcing an emergency was broadcast, causing tension in the studio. Bullish. Market participants are bullish about future stock prices due to the spread of new technologies. Bully. At school, bullying children in a weaker position is never tolerated. Fully. He fully understood the risks of the plan, but still agreed to go ahead with it. Bullion. The bank's underground vaults store huge amounts of gold bullions. Woman. The woman was kind. Curable. Many diseases that were once considered incurable have become curable with modern medicine. Durable. This material is very durable and can withstand long-term use. Purify. The hikers used portable filters to purify the river water to make it safe to drink. Bureaucrat. He was a skilled government bureaucrat drafting new regulations. Pluralism. In modern society, there is a need for a spirit of pluralism that recognizes diverse values. Figuratively. He said that a weight has been lifted off my shoulders, but of course that's figuratively speaking. Impurity. To ensure safe drinking water, the latest filters are used to remove even the smallest impurities. Maturity. He has overcome many hardships at a young age, giving him a maturity beyond his years. Obscurity. The once world-famous singer now lives quietly in obscurity. Purity. This spring water boasts a high purity, being completely free of impurities. Security. The security at the bank is strict. Surety. He became a surety to guarantee that his friend would repay the debt. Lurid. The tabloid newspaper reported the details of the murder in lurid language. Intramural. Every year, the university holds intramural sports competitions between departments. Mural. The entire wall of the old building is covered with a huge mural depicting the history of the city. Neural. Neuroscientists study the neural networks that govern memory formation. Plural. When making an English noun plural, it is common to add s or es to the end of the word. Rural. Away from the hustle and bustle of the city, we spent the weekend in the lush rural scenery. Assurance. The Prime Minister gave the public strong assurance that the economy is on track to recovery. Insurance. He has taken out expensive life insurance to protect against future contingencies. Reassurance. During the anxious days following the earthquake, the warm words of the volunteers provided reassurance to the victims. Tourist. There are many tourists in Kyoto. Furor. The politician's inappropriate remarks cause great furor among the public. Fluoride. To prevent tooth decay, many local governments add fluoride to tap water. Duress. He was threatened and forced to sign unfavorable contracts under duress. Insurer. When an accident occurs, an insurer assesses the damage and decides to pay the insurance money. Juror. He was selected as a juror for the trial and participated in court deliberations for a week. Duration. The film had a long duration of 3 hours, including intermissions. Insecurity. He feels very insecure about his appearance and avoids going out in public. Alluring. The perfume had an alluring scent that you would never forget once you smelled it. During his vacation, he took a leisurely trip to the historic city that he had always wanted to visit. Enduring. His novels have an enduring appeal that continues to be loved by readers across the ages. Surest. The surest way to build trust is to always keep your promises. Boorish. His boorish behavior put everyone at the party off. Tourism. The island is famous for its beautiful beaches, and its main source of income is tourism, with visitors from all over the world. Fury. He felt uncontrollable fury towards his best friend who had betrayed his trust. Jury. At trial, a jury of 12 people carefully considers the evidence and reaches a verdict. Mercurial. He has a very mercurial personality, and can be laughing one moment and then suddenly get angry. Arthurian. He is deeply fascinated by the Arthurian tales of medieval European legend. Centurion. In the ancient Roman army, the centurion played an important role in commanding a unit of 100 soldiers. Prurient. The magazine features articles that are likely to appeal to the prurient interests of its readers. Curious. The children stared at the box, curious as to what was inside. Furious. He became furious that the promise had been unilaterally broken, and he fiercely questioned the other party. Injurious. Excessive smoking has been proven to have extremely injurious effects on health. Spurious. He cited spurious statistics to justify his claims. Furiously. He continued typing furiously at the keyboard to meet the deadline. Infuriate. His extremely irresponsible attitude was enough to infuriate his mild-mannered boss. Fluorine. In chemistry class, we learned about the properties of fluorine, one of the most reactive elements. Bureau. He is an agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation and is assigned to a specific bureau. Neuroscientist. Neuroscientists are studying which parts of the brain generate human emotions. Cushion. He sat on the sofa and relaxed with a soft cushion behind his back. Pushy. The salesperson was very pushy and I had a hard time refusing. Footage. Police analyzed security camera footage to track the suspect's movements. Footing. He proceeded carefully to ensure a firm footing as he walked over the slippery rocks. Bosom. She confessed all her bosom worries to her best friend. Could. If we had more time, we could have solved the problem. Good. He is a very good person who is trusted by those around him. Misunderstood. The true meaning of his words was misunderstood, resulting in unnecessary conflict. Should. To stay healthy, we should eat a balanced diet every day. Would. He prepared for the cold winter by chopping wood for the fireplace. Would often go fishing in the nearby river on weekends. Hoodlum. Police arrested a group of hoodlums who were threatening passers-by on the streets at night. Goodness. I am grateful for his goodness. Woodwork. As a DIY hobbyist, he built a beautiful bench for his garden. Goodwill. Received a lot of donations in goodwill from all over the world. Hoodwink. The con man used clever lies to try to hoodwink large sums of cash from the elderly. Goods. Port warehouses store large amounts of goods imported from overseas. Woods. On the weekend, we escaped the hustle and bustle of the city and enjoyed camping in the quiet woods. Book. He reads a book in the library every day to deepen his knowledge. Brook. The murmuring of the clear brook flowing down the mountain slope soothes the souls of hikers. Cook. She cooked nutritious meals for her family using fresh ingredients. Crook. He put the crook of his walking stick under his arm and started walking slowly. Gobbledygook. Contracts filled with technical jargon are gobbledygook that is completely incomprehensible to the average person. Hook. I put the fish on the hook. Look. He combed through job sites looking for a new job. Nook. His favorite reading spot is a small nook in the corner of his room. Lookout. At the top of the mountain there is a lookout that offers a panoramic view of the surrounding area. Cookbook. She made traditional sweets using an old cookbook inherited from her grandmother. Bookish. He was a bookish boy who preferred to spend all day in the library rather than playing outside. Bookcase. One wall of his room is lined with a large bookcase filled with old history books. Booklet. At the Tourist Information Center, I received a small booklet introducing the city's highlights. Bookstore. He stopped by his favorite corner bookstore to look for a new novel. Books. As an accountant, he is responsible for keeping accurate records in the company's books. Full. I'm so full I can't eat any more dessert. Pull. I pulled the door handle hard and entered the closed room. Wool. In preparation for the cold winter, I bought a warm sweater knitted from sheep's wool. Fulcrum. In the principle of leverage, the location of the fulcrum is very important. Cardiopulmonary. Paramedics immediately performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation on the man who had collapsed. Pulmonary. Doctors warned that his years of smoking were worsening his pulmonary health. Fulminate. He took to the podium and launched into a furious fulmination against the current administration's unfair tax policies. Fullness. He is using his wealth of experience to experience the fullness of life. Pulpit. From the church pulpit, the pastor preached about the importance of peace and compassion. Bulrush. The banks of the marsh are covered with clusters of brown bulrush. Fulsome. He showered his boss with overly fulsome praise. Bulwark. The strong levee serves as an important bulwark to protect the city from damage caused by storm surges. Ebullience. Her bright ebullience completely changed the mood of the team, which had been feeling down. Junta. The military junta that seized power through the coup began to impose strict controls. Allure. Many young people flock from rural areas, attracted by the allure of the glamorous life of the big city. Assure. He repeatedly assured the anxious family that the surgery would be a success. Boor. He is a rude boor who makes a lot of noise and behaves rudely while eating. Brochure. At the travel agency, I was given several colorful brochures to help me choose my next vacation destination. Cure. Scientists are developing new medicines to cure this incurable disease once and for all. Demure. She was modest and demure in manner, but she was a strong woman. Detour. Road construction had closed the main road, forcing us to take a long detour. Endure. He endured the rigorous training and finally completed the marathon. Ensure. The company has implemented a strict inspection system to ensure the quality of its products. Immature. Although he is physically big, his way of thinking and behavior is very immature and childish, causing trouble for those around him. Impure. It was discovered that tap water contained harmful substances, and its use was restricted as it was considered impure water. Insure. In case of an accident or illness, he insured himself to cover expensive medical expenses. Inure. Years of rigorous training had made him inure to any harsh environment. Lure. A clever advertising slogan lures many consumers into a new service. Manure. Farmers spread animal manure on their fields to fertilize their crops. Mature. She is mentally more mature than her age and always makes calm decisions. More. The sailors moored their ships securely to the harbor pier before the storm arrived. Obscure. His explanations were full of technical terms and were obscure to the general public. Poor. He grew up in a poor family, but through hard work he achieved success. Premature. It was a premature birth, meaning the baby was born several weeks earlier than expected. Procure. He procured a very rare and expensive wine for a special party. Pure. This is pure water. Reassure. He gently patted the anxious child on the shoulder and reassured him that everything would be okay. Secure. Please secure the door firmly. Sure. He was sure his answer was correct and raised his hand confidently. Tour. We went on a tour of the city. Unsure. She was unsure which way to go, so she checked the map. Poorly. Due to his lack of preparation, his presentation was given a poor rating by the audience. Purely. It was purely accidental. Securely. I locked the safe door securely to prevent the loss of my valuables. Surely. With all the preparations we've made, I'm sure the project will be a success. Procurement. As a military procurement officer, he negotiated the purchase of new weapon systems. Gourmet. On weekends, she enjoys visiting highly rated gourmet restaurants. Tournament. He won the tennis tournament. Assured. He took on the challenge of leading a difficult project with an assured attitude about his own abilities. Bush. I pruned a large bush in the corner of the garden to give it shape. Push. He feels he needs one last push to make his dream a reality. Pushover. Because he is so kind he cannot refuse even unreasonable requests, and people around him think he is a pushover. Afoot. Large-scale plans for the redevelopment of the city appear to be brewing afoot behind the scenes. Foot. We decided to stay overnight in a small village at the foot of the mountain. Put. He put the book he had finished reading back on the shelf to return it to its original place. Soot. The fireplace chimney, which had not been maintained for many years, was covered in pitch-black soot. Football. I watch football with my friends on Sundays. Foothold. The company established a foothold in the Asian market by introducing innovative products. Footlight. As the performance began, the footlights vividly illuminated the actors' faces. Footnote. He provided detailed references in the footnotes of his paper. Footpath. Along the coastline, there is a well-maintained footpath where you can enjoy the scenery while walking. Footprint. There were footprints left on the sandy beach from someone who had walked there earlier. Footwear. To enjoy mountain climbing safely, it is important to choose the right footwear that fits your feet. Above ground. The storage tanks are not underground, but are installed above ground for easier inspection. Abraded. The skin on his knee was abraded after rubbing against a rock when he fell. Limpid. The water in the lake was so limpid that the stones at the bottom were clearly visible. Occluded. The weather map shows an occluded front causing persistent rain. Unwanted. Normally a quiet man, he surprised everyone that day with his unwanted talkativeness. Rutherfordium. Rutherfordium is an artificial radioactive element with atomic number 104 and a very short half-life. Quadruped. Horses, dogs, lions, and other animals are classified as quadrupeds, meaning they walk on 4 legs. Soporific. The steady rhythm of the rain outside the window played a soporific role. Decalogue. The Decalogue is a fundamental teaching of moral values for many people. Eunuch. In historical dramas, eunuchs who serve the emperor often play important roles within the court. Hummock. In the middle of the vast grassland, there was a small hummock, from which I could look out over the surrounding area. Apostolic. The Church values the apostolic tradition inherited from the original apostles. Occlude. A strong cold front caught up with a warm front, and the two overlap to form an occluded front. Disjunctive. A or B indicates a disjunctive relationship in logic. Inductive. He performed inductive reasoning by observing numerous cases and finding a law common to them. Ascertainable. After investigating the facts, we found that the source of the information was fully ascertainable. Bacchanal. The festival turned into a wild bacchanal with people drinking and dancing until late into the night. Baneful. The rumors had a baneful effect on his political career. Bicultural. He has a Japanese father and an American mother, and grew up in a bicultural environment. Bungle. He bungled an important presentation due to a lack of preparation and felt very depressed. Calculable. In order to minimize risk, it is important to be able to calculate or predict the extent of any losses that may occur. Canonical. His theory is now featured in textbooks as canonical knowledge in physics. Codicil. Due to a change of heart, he prepared a codicil to amend some of the contents of his will. Combustible. Do not use open flames near combustible materials such as gasoline or kerosene. Compressible. Gases such as air are highly compressible compared to liquids and solids. Connubial. They celebrated their 40th wedding anniversary and many years of connubial happiness with their families. Contextual. To properly understand a word's meaning, we need contextual clues in addition to dictionary definitions. Crinkle. When she smiled, tiny crinkles appeared around her eyes, giving her a very gentle look. Cryptical. He answered the question with a cryptical smile that made it hard to gauge his true intentions. Special. He has many hobbies, but his special interest is listening to classical music. Gamble. In the spring fields, newborn lambs were gambling happily. Google. Whenever I come across a word or historical fact I don't understand, I immediately Google it on my smartphone to look it up. Illimitable. The expanse of the universe is illimitable and beyond the reach of human imagination. Impalpable. The change in the atmosphere was extremely subtle, intangible and impalpable. Impassible. He is an impassible man who never shows emotion, no matter what tragedy he witnesses. Inculpable. After a thorough investigation, he was found to be inculpable for the accident. Incunabulum. The museum displays a very valuable collection of incunabulum from the early days of movable type printing. Indissoluble. There is an indissoluble bond between the two of them that cannot be broken no matter what happens. Indubitable. It is an indubitable fact that his success is the result of many years of tireless hard work. Indubitably. This discovery will undoubtedly play an important role in the future development of science. Instill. The parents tried to instill in their children, drop by drop, the courage and integrity to face difficulties. Insuperable. The lack of funding became an insurmountable obstacle to continuing the project. Irreducible. The formula is irreducible and cannot be simplified any further. Juridical. The issue has not only moral dimensions, but also requires complex juridical consideration. Label. Some chemical substances are labile and will decompose with even the slightest change in temperature. Lingual. She has excellent lingual abilities and can speak 5 languages fluently. Manacle. The hands of the captured criminals were placed in heavy iron manacles to prevent escape. Monosyllable. Cat and dog are typical examples of monosyllables. Mutable. Our memories are highly mutable and can be rewritten over time. Niggle. He was particular about minor details and repeatedly made irrelevant niggles. Posable. Humans have opposable thumbs, which allow them to manipulate tools with great dexterity. Positional. In chess, he excels at gaining positional advantages, which emphasize the placement of pieces. Presumable. Although the evidence is insufficient, given the circumstances it is presumable that he is the culprit. Prickle. The surface of the cactus is covered with sharp prickles that it uses to defend itself. Punctual. He is a very punctual person and has never been late for an appointment. Risible. His excuse was so absurd that it made me feel risible rather than angry. Sapiential. He is immersed in the study of sapiential literature, a collection of words from wise men from all over the world and throughout history. Satchel. He slung his leather satchel full of textbooks over his shoulder and hurried to school. Slothful. He was blessed with talent, but his slothful nature caused him to miss out on opportunities. Snivel. He refused to admit his fault and tried to gain sympathy by sniffling and whining. Stipple. The artist used the technique of stipple, which involves painting countless tiny dots, to express the depth of the shadows. Sublingual. The medicine is a sublingual type that is absorbed under the tongue rather than swallowed. Submittal. He submitted the final project report to his boss on time. Transmissible. This virus is highly transmissible, being transmitted not only through contact but also through the air. Univocal. The results of the experiment showed a univocal conclusion that was beyond anyone's doubt. Unutterable. He lost his precious family and was plunged into an unutterable grief that cannot be expressed in words. Utensil. Before he started cooking, he took out cooking utensils such as a ladle and a spatula from a drawer. Brindled. The dog's coat was brindled, a mixture of brown and black spots and stripes. Dappled. The sunlight filtering through the trees created dappled patterns on the ground, creating a fantastical landscape in the forest. Fulfill. He finally decided to open his own store to fulfill a lifelong dream. Pugilist. He was known as a legendary pugilist who won numerous championships with his sharp punches. Convulse. He laughed so hard that he held his stomach and his body convulsed. Propulsive. Modern jet engines are capable of producing incredible propulsive forces. Doublet. Medieval knights wore a doublet, a tight-fitting outer garment under their armor. Rivulet. In the garden after the rain, a small rivulet was running through the ground. Victuals. In preparation for the voyage, sailors loaded their ships with large quantities of victuals, such as dried meat and flour. Asceticism. In order to attain religious enlightenment, he lived a life of strict asceticism, excluding all luxuries. Colloquialism. He learned the colloquialisms used by the locals, which allowed him to converse more naturally. Consumptive. 19th century literature often featured consumptive heroines. Eardrum. The loud bang from the explosion damaged his eardrum. What should I do? Ma'am. The waiter at the restaurant politely addressed the female customer as, ma'am. Ma'am. The waiter at the restaurant politely addressed the female customer as ma'am. Pachyderm. Elephants, rhinos, hippos, and other animals are classified as pachyderms, meaning they have thick skin. Rationalism. He is a believer in rationalism, which values human reason and logic above faith and tradition. Reductionism. The attitude of trying to explain all complex biological phenomena as activities at the molecular level is often criticized as reductionism. Sensorium. The brain integrates the vast amount of information sent from the entire body and processes it as a single sensorium. Stratagem. He devised a clever stratagem to outwit the rival company and entered the negotiations. Subsume. The new regulations were created to subsume all of the previous rules. Somatic. Stress can manifest not only mentally, but also as somatic symptoms such as stomach pain. Discomfit. The other person's sharp question temporarily discomfited the confident man. Bigamist. He married a second woman without divorcing his first wife and was accused of being a bigamist. Decipherment. The discovery of the Rosetta Stone made a major contribution to the decipherment of ancient Egyptian writing. Baconian. Conducted his experiments in a Baconian manner, emphasizing experience and observation. Adulteration. Food adulteration is a serious crime that threatens the health of consumers. Pertinence. The luxurious mansion comes with all the appurtenances, including a swimming pool and tennis court. Ascribable. The failure of this project can be clearly attributed to a lack of preparation. Assonance. The poem makes effective use of assonance, the overlapping of vowels such as in lake and fate. Baconian. He is studying the Baconian theory related to Francis Bacon. Batsman. In a cricket match, the batsman hits the ball back with force. Built-in. The apartment's kitchen is equipped with a state-of-the-art built-in dishwasher. Cauldron. Witchcraft stories often feature scenes of mysterious potions brewing in large cauldrons. Catch-as-catch-can. He enjoyed traveling without a set schedule, taking an ad hoc catch-as-catch-can approach. Collation. During breaks in the conference, light snacks such as sandwiches were provided for participants. Commiseration. He offered words of deep commiseration to his misfortune-stricken friend. Consanguinity. In the legal world, the scope of consanguinity is strictly defined to determine inheritance rights. Declension. When learning Latin, it is unavoidable to learn declension. Disjunction. There is a huge disjunction between ideals and reality that is difficult to bridge. Effusion. Her letter was an effusion of emotion, describing her uncontrollable longing for her hometown. Enunciation. To make her speeches more persuasive, She made sure to enunciate each word clearly. Escutcheon. At the entrance of the nobleman's house hung an escutcheon bearing the family coat of arms. Exultation. The moment he succeeded in reaching the summit, he felt an exultation that is hard to describe. Fulmination. The politician repeatedly launched into violent outbursts against the government's new policies. Fustian. His speech lacked substance and was merely fustian, filled with bombastic words. Glutton. He is a glutton who cannot stop eating once he starts, which surprises those around him. Grandiloquence. His speech was full of grandiloquence but lacked a concrete plan. Hands-on. He values hands-on experience operating machinery, not just theory. Illumine. Her bright smile illuminated his heart, which was in despair. Inunction. The doctor prescribed an inunction of medicated cream to reduce inflammation in the area. Eruption. A series of incidents of wild animals suddenly invading human settlements has residents on high alert. Magnificence. When I stepped into the palace hall, I was overwhelmed by the magnificence of its decoration. Manumission. Historically, manumission, when slaves were given their freedom by their masters, was a major step towards liberation. Prevarication. He avoided answering pertinent questions by repeatedly using prevarications. Refraction. Lenses allow us to magnify distant scenes by taking advantage of a property of light called refraction. Ruffian. Suddenly, on a dark street, he was approached by a group of ruffians who tried to steal his wallet. Stanchion. The deck of the ship is fitted with sturdy metal stanchions to support the handrails. Subjection. The people of the colonies were forced to endure harsh subjection by the ruling country for many years. Supplication. With heartfelt supplication, she continued to pray for the safety of her missing child. Translucence. This high-quality porcelain had a beautiful translucence that allowed light to pass through it faintly. Unction. It is a sacred unction ceremony. Urination. For the physical examination, the doctor asked the patient about the frequency and pain of urination. Brigand. Travelers were frightened by rumors of brigands attacking merchants passing through the mountain passes and stealing their money and valuables. Gourmand. He is not just a gourmet, but a gourmand who eats large amounts of delicious food. Subtend. When viewed from the center of the circle, the angle between the two radii connecting the two ends of the arc is measured. Append. The sudden recession has completely upended his career plans. Conduce. Regular exercise and a balanced diet contribute greatly to maintaining good health. Confute. By presenting new experimental data, she brilliantly confutes her opponent's erroneous hypothesis. Unresponsiveness. The system's unresponsiveness prevented many users from completing their orders. Complacence. He was satisfied with the status quo and in his complacency, neglected to make efforts for the future. Concordance. The concordance at the end of the book allows you to quickly find where a word is used in the text. Diffidence. He lacked confidence in his own talent and always displayed a diffidence. Divulgence. Divulgence of confidential corporate information is a serious breach of trust that damages relationships. Encumbrance. Debt became a major encumbrance in his life, preventing him from taking on new challenges. Incandescence. The bulb's filament glowed white, illuminating the room with a dazzling incandescence. Indigence. He is grateful for his current success because he experienced extreme indigence at a young age. Luxuriance. He was overwhelmed by the luxuriance of the rainforest plants. Repugnance. When he saw the brutal footage, he could not help but feel a strong sense of repugnance. Truculence. He showed a characteristic truculence, becoming extremely angry at even the slightest bit of criticism. Unstick. To unstick a drawer that had become stuck due to humidity. Abridgment. This book is an abridged version of the thick original work. Anointment. The king's coronation ceremony included the ritual of anointing with sacred oil. Cantonment. The soldiers are waiting in a cantonment near the border, ready for their next mission. Chastisement. He received severe chastisement from his father for going too far with his mischief. Conferment. At the ceremony, he was conferred with a degree in recognition of his many years of research achievements. Diffident. He is very diffident and has difficulty expressing his opinions in front of others. Improvident. He lived an improvident life, not saving for the future and spending all the money he earned. Insouciant. No matter how difficult the situation, he maintains an insouciant attitude. Lambent. At night, the moonlight reflected off the lake's surface, creating a lambent light. Male-dominated. The industry has been male-dominated for many years, but women are gradually making inroads. Maleficent. In the story, a maleficent fairy cursed the entire kingdom into a deep sleep. Plangent. On a foggy night, the plangent sound of church bells could be heard coming from the sea. Precipitant. In a chemical experiment, adding a reagent to a solution produces a white precipitant. Presentiment. As he left home, he had an ominous presence that something bad was going to happen. Recumbent. He spent the afternoon in a recumbent position in the shade, and fell into a comfortable sleep. Sibilant. He had a habit of emphasizing the S sound, which gave it a sibilant sound that stuck in my mind. Context sensitive. The software's help menu is context sensitive, displaying information tailored to the screen you're using. Unevenness. The unevenness of the old cobblestone roads nearly tripped me up several times. Kerchitovium. Kerchitovium is a man-made radioactive element now known as rutherfordium. Palimpsest. The old parchment was a palimpsest, with new content written over the erased original text. Decrepitude. The old mansion has been abandoned for many years and is now in a state of decrepitude, on the verge of collapse. Adjure. He adjured his friend under an oath to tell the truth. Auteur. He is highly regarded as an auteur who writes, directs, and edits all of his films himself. Tonsure. As a ritual to leave the secular world, monks underwent tonsure, which involved shaving off the hair on the top of their head. Carafe. A glass carafe filled with fresh water was placed on the restaurant table. Abbess. In the monastery, a benevolent abbess leads a group of nuns. About-face. In response to public backlash, the government made an about-face on its previous policies. Acidulous. When his opinion was rejected, he responded with acidulous sarcasm. Adduce. He added historical statistical data as evidence to prove his theory. Anticlimax. Perhaps because expectations were too high, the ending of the film was a bit of an anticlimax, a bit disappointing. Cadaverous. His cheeks were sunken and his face was cadaverous due to a long illness. Captious. He is a very captious person and never overlooks the smallest mistakes made by others. Catalysis. In chemical experiments, the process of catalysis was observed to speed up the rate of a reaction. Covetous. He had a very covetous view of the success and wealth of others. Factious. Factious conflicts within the organization deepened, stalling the progress of the project. Glutinous. Japanese rice is characterized by its chewy, glutinous texture when cooked. Incubus. The incubus that appeared in his nightmare last night continued to make him uneasy even after he woke up. Indolence. He wastes his talents because of his natural indolence. Iniquitous. The dictator enacted a series of iniquitous laws that deprived the people of their freedom. Libidinous. He gave in to his unbridled libidinous desires and got into a lot of trouble. Listlessness. The summer heat had left him in a terrible state of listlessness and with no desire to do anything. Lump sum. I received a large lump sum of cash as a severance package rather than in installments. Malodorous. In the summer, the garbage dump emanated a nasty malodorous smell. Obstreperous. Security guards stepped in to stop the drunk crowd from behaving obstreperously. Odoriferous. The jasmine flowers that bloom in the garden give off a particularly odoriferous scent at night. Vicious. He is a very nosy person who interferes in other people's business without being asked. Pinnace. Pinnaces, small boats used for communication and rescue, were tied to the sides of the huge warships. Pursuance. In his pursuance of duties, he always strives for fair judgment. Sagacious. His many years of experience allow him to make instant, sagacious decisions that astonish those around him. Salubrious. The air on the plateau is very salubrious, making it an ideal place for recuperation. Slumberous. Bathed in the warm afternoon sunshine, the whole village was quiet and enveloped in a slumbering atmosphere. Spinous. The fish's dorsal fin has sharp, hard spinous bones for protection. Sufferance. Although he has no legal right to live on the land, he continues to live on it through the landlord's sufferance. Suppleness. He stretches every day, which helps him maintain his incredible suppleness. Synchronous. With the spread of remote work, real-time synchronous communication has become essential. Tactless. She sometimes makes tactless remarks without considering others' feelings, which troubles those around her. Uxorious. He is known as a very uxorious husband who does whatever his wife says. Onrush. A sudden downpour caused a violent onrush of the river, threatening to overwhelm the banks. Famished. He hadn't eaten anything all day, so he was famished by the time he got home. Unprepossessing. The restaurant may look unprepossessing from the outside, but the food is top-notch. Fluorescence. The letters on this sign are painted with fluorescent paint so that they stand out in the dark. Annalist. Ancient annalists kept accurate records of the kingdom's events year after year. Polygamist. He was a polygamist, having had several wives at once, and lived with a large family. Reductionist. He likes to blame social problems on individual character, but that's an overly reductionist view. Apposite. The quote in his speech was very appropriate to the situation. Garrote. In ancient stories, assassins use thin cords to garrote their targets. Gibbet. In medieval Europe, gibbets were erected in public squares to display the bodies of executed criminals. Propitiate. To calm storms, ancient people made offerings to the gods to propitiate their anger. Satiate. He was so hungry that he finished all the food that was prepared for him and finally satiated his stomach. Apéritif. To work up an appetite, we enjoyed a cold apéritif before dinner. Cutting edge. At that laboratory, cutting-edge technology for cancer treatment is developed every day. Nanoparticle. Scientists are developing tiny nanoparticles that could be used to treat cancer. Appellative. His surname has an appellative character derived from the occupation of his ancestors. Bumptious. He often has a bumptious attitude, boasting about his own abilities and disregarding the opinions of others. Uproarious. His comedy show was so entertaining that the audience erupted in uproarious laughter from start to finish. Factotum. As the president's factotum, he does everything from managing schedules to shopping. Similitude. There are a surprising number of similitudes between the two cases. Consuetude. The village still maintains its ancient consuetude, which involves performing certain rituals during the harvest season. Dissolute. He squandered his inheritance and led a dissolute life, addicted to alcohol and gambling. Irresolute. He is indecisive and remains irresolute, unable to decide which option to choose. Numismatist. He is an avid numismatist and owns a large collection of rare Roman coins. Cupidity. His blind cupidity for money has cost him many friends. Luminosity. By measuring the star's luminosity, we can estimate its distance from Earth. Mutability. Buddhism teaches that everything in the world is subject to change. Superfluity. As a minimalist, he tries to avoid superfluity in his life. Runic. The museum displays mysterious runic inscriptions carved into ancient Nordic stone monuments. Spume. The violent waves hit the rocks and splashed out in white spume. Shoo-in. She has overwhelming popularity and a proven track record, and is seen as a shoo-in in this election. Shrew. The wife in the story is portrayed as a shrew who is always nagging and complaining about her husband. Tie-up. Two major companies have formed a tie-up to develop new technology and have begun a joint project. Nous. He not only has academic knowledge but also the sharp nous needed to survive in the real world. Cruet. On the dining table were small glass cruets containing vinegar and olive oil. Utilitarianism. Utilitarianism, which pursues the greatest happiness for the greatest number of people, is one of the important concepts in ethics. Elucidation. To understand this difficult philosophical book, detailed elucidation by an expert is required. Numeration. Different ancient civilizations developed different systems of numeration. Putrefaction. The summer heat caused the meat to putrefaction, creating an unbearable stench in the air. Supernumerary. He was not a regular member of the company, but appeared as a supernumerary in crowd scenes. Impudence. He has an astonishing impudence, not minding his superiors and saying rude things to them. Munificence. The large anonymous donation left local people astonished at the sender's munificence. Superabundance. This year, the weather was favorable and the crops were harvested in superabundance. Impudent. He surprised everyone by being very impudent towards his superiors. Munificent. He made munificent donations of hundreds of millions of yen to charity. Euphonious. The sound of her harp was very euphonious and captivated the audience. Pusillanimous. Even though he was the leader, he took a pusillanimous attitude, avoiding important decisions for fear of responsibility. Superannuated. The old computer system is superannuated and unsuitable for modern operations. Usurious. The lender demanded exorbitantly high and usurious interest rates, causing hardship to the people. Sinew. Through years of training, he has developed sinew that is as strong as steel. Accrue. Deposits in a bank accrue interest over time. Adieu. He quietly said adieu and left his hometown, determined never to return. Adieu. To avoid unnecessary adieu, I decided to start with the conclusion. Anew. He decided to forget all his past failures and start his life anew in a new city. Askew. He was in a hurry. His tie was a little askew as he left the room. Blue. The clear blue sky without a single cloud stretches out into the distance. Brew. Every morning he grinds his own favorite beans and brews fresh coffee. Chew. To aid digestion, it is important to chew each bite thoroughly before swallowing. Clue. Police are working to identify the culprit using a few fingerprints left at the scene as a clue. Construe. It may be a little premature to construe his silence as agreement. Coup. The military coup led to a change of government and created tensions throughout the country. Crew. Aircraft crew undergo rigorous training to ensure the safety of passengers. Cue. At the host's cue, the stage curtain began to slowly rise. Debut. The young singer made a spectacular debut on a music program last night. Do. He cleared up the household chores that had piled up over the weekend and was ready to do his new job on Monday. Due. The report is due this Friday, so he is rushing to write it. Ensue. After a heated argument, confusion ensued and the meeting was temporarily suspended. Eschew. For the sake of his health, he eschews processed foods and sugary drinks. Ewe. In the spring, you can see the ewe on the farm giving birth to cute lambs. Few. Only a few guests attended the party, and the atmosphere was a little lonely. Flu. In winter, vaccinations are recommended to prevent the spread of flu. Flue. To ensure that fireplace smoke is efficiently vented outdoors, the chimney flue needs to be cleaned regularly. Glue. To repair the broken model, he used a strong glue to hold the parts together. Grew. The small sapling I planted in my garden grew into a towering tree within a few years. HEW. The sculptor began to hew the shape he had in mind from a large rock. Hue. The sunset sky changed beautiful hues from orange to purple with each passing moment. Imbue. His works are imbued with a strong desire and hope for peace. Into. He got out of the car and walked quietly into the old library. Lieu. He agreed to give up some of his land holdings in lieu of money. Misconstrue. Because I didn't express myself clearly enough, my true intentions were misconstrued or misinterpreted by the other person. New. I bought new shoes. Outdo. He tried to outdo his rivals by staying later in the office than anyone else. Pew. He sat in a wooden pew in the old church and prayed quietly. Pursue. He is single-mindedly pursuing his childhood dream of becoming an astronaut. Queue. Long queues formed in front of popular ramen restaurants even before they opened. Renew. I went through the process of renewing my driver's license before it expired. Review. I reviewed the textbook before the exam. Review. The theater stages spectacular reviews that combine song, dance, and skits. Roux. To add richness to the stew, he made his own roux by frying butter and flour. Roux. He later came to deeply regret not listening to the advice. Screw. He tightened the screws to secure the loose chair legs. Shoe. I bought a pair of new shoes. Skew. The data is heavily skewed by some extreme responses. Slew. The legendary hero is said to have slew a terrible monster that was attacking a village. Stew. She made a warm stew with lots of beef and vegetables for cold winter days. Strew. Children were playing on the grass in the park, strewing their toys and books. Subdue. Police were called in to quell the riots and managed to subdue the unrest over the course of several hours. Sue. He decided to sue the company for damages for his wrongful dismissal. Taboo. In that region, eating certain animals is considered taboo for religious reasons. Tattoo. He got a small tattoo of letters on his arm as a reminder of his beliefs. Through. He made his way through the dense forest, pushing his way through the lush vegetation. To. Studies hard every day until late at night in order to realize his dreams for the future. 2. He was very tired, but he had too much work to do to rest. Undo. He accidentally deleted a file and quickly pressed the undo button. Undo. The undue expectations of those around him place a great deal of mental pressure on him. Untrue. The rumor was completely untrue and was officially denied by the person in question. View. The view from the hotel room is great. Who? He introduced everyone to the people who made this wonderful project a success. Ooh. To secure talented personnel, companies offered attractive benefits and wooed them. You. He has complete confidence in you to accomplish this difficult task. Zoo. On the weekend, my family and I went to the zoo and enjoyed observing the rare animals. Nuance. High linguistic ability is required to understand the subtle nuances behind words. Doable. Plans that initially seemed impossible turned out to be quite doable once broken down into smaller parts. Renewable. Are attracting attention as renewable energy sources that have a low environmental impact. Duodenal. He complained of severe abdominal pain. An examination revealed a duodenal ulcer. Jeweler. He visited a well-regarded and skilled jeweler in town to have his wedding ring custom-made. Individualism. Western culture tends to emphasize individualism, which respects individual freedom and rights. Suicide. The government has set up a 24-hour helpline to prevent suicide among young people. Gratuitous. The movie has too many scenes of gratuitous violence that have no bearing on the story. Intuitive. The app's interface is very intuitive, so you can start using it right away without reading the instructions. Acuity. Even as he ages, he retains a razor-sharp visual acuity. Ambiguity. His answer was ambiguous and it was unclear whether he agreed or disagreed. Annuity. To ensure his living expenses after retirement, he has joined an annuity that pays a fixed amount every year. Congruity. There is no congruity whatsoever between what he says and what he actually does. Continuity. Even if management changes, it is important to maintain continuity in the company's philosophy and policies. Ingenuity. He showed incredible ingenuity by repairing a broken engine with only limited tools. Fluid. The situation is extremely fluid, and it is very difficult to predict what will happen next. Sewage. Under the city, huge pipes run that carry sewage from homes to treatment plants. Cruel. He could never forgive such cruel acts as mistreating small animals. Dual. This smartphone has dual SIM functionality, which allows you to use two phone numbers simultaneously. Duel. In ancient tales, there is often a scene in which two knights fight a sword duel for honor. Fuel. In preparation for the cold winter, I prepared a large amount of fuel for the wood stove. Jewel. She treasures a magnificent emerald jewel that she inherited from her grandmother. Renewal. I headed to the driver's license center in the morning to renew my driver's license. Jewelry. For her special occasion, she wore luxurious jewelry featuring pearls and diamonds. Ruin. A sudden storm instantly ruined the crops that had been painstakingly cultivated. Fluency. He studied English every day without fail, and as a result, he was able to speak it with amazing fluency. Truancy. The school conducted home visits to resolve the students' truancy issue. Ruin. The sudden flood ruined all the crops that had been painstakingly cultivated. Confluent. Since ancient times, a trading town has flourished at the confluent point where two rivers meet. Fluent. Thanks to his many years living abroad, he can speak French fluently. Truant. He skipped school to go to the cinema and was scolded by his teacher for being a truant. Jubilant. The players on the team who had achieved a dramatic comeback victory looked jubilant on the field. Jubilee. The kingdom held a grand golden jubilee to celebrate the king's 50th year on the throne. Exuberance. The moment the victory was announced, the stadium was filled with the overwhelming exuberance of the fans. Protuberance. I noticed some strange protuberances on a tree in my garden that I thought were caused by a disease. Exuberant. She is always filled with exuberant energy and brightens up the people around her. Puberty. As children enter puberty, they begin to experience major physical and mental changes. Cubicle. He decorates his cubicle in the office with his favorite photos. Cherubic. The baby's cherubic smile, like that of an angel, warmed the hearts of those around him. Cubic. The volume of this container is approximately 50 cubic meters. Ruby. For her birthday, she was given a ring set with a magnificent ruby that shone a deep red. Dubious. He looked dubious at the investment offer, which seemed too good to be true. Lubricant. To prevent the engine from overheating, a high-quality lubricant is recommended. Hubris. He became overconfident about his success and became so hubris that he stopped listening to the advice of those around him. Lubricate. To prevent wear and keep machinery moving smoothly, it is necessary to lubricate it regularly with oil. Rubric. The students' papers were evaluated strictly according to a rubric that outlined the grading criteria. Lugubrious. At the funeral, lugubrious music was played, inducing sadness among the attendees. Mutual. They met through a common hobby and are now best friends bound by mutual trust. Future. He is starting to save and invest little by little now for his future. Suture. The surgeon carefully sutured the deep wound with sterile thread. Futurist. The futurist predicts that in 20 years' time, AI will be responsible for all household chores. Mutually. The two companies have concluded that they can mutually benefit from working together. Ludicrous. His proposal, which would take a year to prepare, was so ludicrous that no one took him seriously. Feudalism. In history class, we learned about medieval feudalism, a system based around land ownership. Attitudinal. To change the culture of an organization, it is essential to bring about an attitudinal change in each employee. Longitudinal. It is a longitudinal study. Pseudonym. The famous author writes under a pseudonym to protect his privacy. Doodle. During a long phone call, he was mindlessly doodled in the corner of his notepad. Feudal. In history class, we learned about the feudal social structure of medieval Europe. Jurisprudence. As a legal philosopher, he is devoted to the study of jurisprudence, which explores the origins and nature of law. Prudence. It is wise prudence to start saving money from a young age in preparation for future financial uncertainties. Imprudent. Investing all your money in a new business without preparation is extremely imprudent. Prudent. During times of economic uncertainty, it's important to maintain a prudent approach to investing. Student. He is an eager student. Buddhist. Deep in the mountains, an old Buddhist temple stands quietly, and monks live there. Intruder. Hearing a noise in the garden in the middle of the night, the owner went outside to check for an intruder. Prudery. His prudery ruined the humor I was trying to lighten the mood with. Adjudicate. The court opened a special tribunal to impartially adjudicate the patent dispute between the two companies. Rudiment. He taught himself to play the piano, starting with the rudiments of music. Nudity. The film has an age restriction because it contains nudity scenes. Secluded. They left the city and spent their vacation at a secluded mountain lodge deep in the forest. Brooding. He sat alone in a dark room brooding over his failed exam. Concluding. In his concluding remarks, he thanked everyone who helped. Prudish. She is a bit prudish and hates vulgar topics, even as a joke. Moody. He is very moody and can suddenly go quiet over the slightest thing. Studious. He is the most studious student in his class and spends his free time in the library. Repudiate. He made public statements fully repudiating the corruption allegations leveled against him. Studio. She paints in her studio. Pseudo. The claims appear scientific on the surface, but are actually based on unsubstantiated pseudoscience. Kudos. The company gave many kudos to the team for successfully completing a difficult project. Screwdriver. He took out a suitable size screwdriver from his toolbox to retighten the loose screw. Soothing. She listened to calming, soothing music to unwind after a tiring day. Brewer. The craft beer brewer uses locally grown hops to create a unique flavor. Ewer. The museum displays beautifully decorated ewers that were used to hold water in ancient ceremonies. Fewer. With the rise of e-books, fewer people are buying paper books these days. Reviewer. Film reviewers praise the film's visual beauty, but express dissatisfaction with the script. Sewer. An inspection of the city's sewer facilities was carried out to prevent flooding during heavy rains. Viewer. The final episode of the drama had millions of viewers glued to their screens. Sewerage. To maintain a sanitary environment in the city, a modern sewerage system is being installed. Brewery. The town is home to a local brewery with over 100 years of history, which has become a popular tourist attraction. Steward. He served as the event's steward and managed the overall progress. Euphemism. Instead of the word die, the euphemism pass away is used. Rueful. He broke the vase through his carelessness and gave a rueful smile. Goofy. He always makes goofy faces to make his classmates laugh. Frugally. He lives frugally now in order to achieve big goals for the future. Frugal. He now lives a very frugal life in order to fulfill his dream of traveling around the world in the future. Boogie. As nostalgic disco music began to play, everyone started boogieing along to the rhythm. Jugular. Carnivores with sharp fangs aimed for the jugular of their prey to kill them in one blow. Grueling. The athletes endured a grueling marathon race held under the scorching midsummer sun. Circuitous. A landslide had blocked the shortcut, so we were forced to take a circuitous route to our destination. Fortuitous. It was truly a fortuitous event that I happened to meet an old friend while traveling. Intuitively. As an experienced designer, she intuitively understands which colors go together. Gratuity. I added a 15% gratuity to my restaurant bill to show my appreciation for the service. Incongruity. The incongruity of an old wooden gate in an ultramodern building creates a mysterious charm. Perpetuity. The fund is designed to be maintained in perpetuity to support education. Truism. The saying health is more important than anything else is a truism that applies to everyone. Gruel. He had a bad cold and no appetite, so he ate gruel, which was warm and easy to digest. Jewish. The area is still home to ancient Jewish culture and traditions. Ennui. Although he lived a comfortable life, he felt a deep ennui from the monotonous repetition of his daily life. Fugitive. He is wanted as a fugitive who continues to flee across the border. Mucus. When you have a cold, your body secretes mucus from your nose and throat in an attempt to expel the bacteria. Spooky. Hearing noises coming from the old Western-style house where no one should be, he sensed a spooky presence. Nucleus. The nucleus at the center of an atom is made up of protons and neutrons. Glucose. Our bodies break down the carbohydrates we ingest into glucose and use it as an energy source. Lucrative. He has been successful in real estate investing and has built a very lucrative business. Eulogize. At the funeral, many friends eulogize to praise the deceased's great virtues. Eulogy. At the funeral, a close friend delivered a moving eulogy in praise of the deceased's remarkable achievements. Credulity. His story was so absurd that it seemed as if he was testing the credulity of his audience. Clueless. He is completely clueless about how to operate the machine and doesn't even know how to turn it on. Cooler. A cooler to keep drinks cold is essential for a picnic on a hot summer day. Ruler. He drew a straight line with the ruler. Shoelace. My shoelaces came undone while I was walking, so I stopped to tie them again. Culinary. She trained in France and acquired advanced culinary skills and knowledge. Incredulity. When she heard the news that she had won the lottery, incredulity came across her face. Ruling. The Supreme Court issued a historic ruling that the new regulations were unconstitutional. Foolish. He made foolish mistakes that he deeply regretted, mistakes he would not have made had he been sober. Coolly. Even in the midst of a sudden panic, he made cool decisions and led those around him. Cruelly. The dictator continued to cruelly oppress those who opposed him. Duly. After making sure everyone was there, the meeting started duly at the scheduled time. Newly. In the park, newly planted young trees are shining in the spring light. Truly. He truly regrets his mistake and has offered a heartfelt apology. Unduly. No matter how difficult the situation, worrying unduly about the outcome is counterproductive. Unruly. The teacher had a hard time dealing with unruly students who caused trouble during class. Peculiar. There is a peculiar rumor that strange noises can be heard in the middle of the night in the old mansion. Presumably. Seeing as she hasn't arrived yet, the train is presumably delayed. Fumigate. The warehouse was infested with pests, so a specialist company used powerful chemicals to fumigate the interior. Aluminum. Aluminum is a lightweight metal. Ruminant. Ruminants such as sheep and deer have the habit of bringing food back into their mouths and chewing it after swallowing it. Luminous. The night sky was filled with luminous stars that looked like jewels. Voluminous. She wrote a voluminous multi-volume report on the historic event. Humanize. We need to review overly strict rules and make efforts to humanize the work environment. Luminary. The International Physics Conference brought together many luminaries from around the world. Humanist. He believes in human reason and has the convictions of a humanist who values compassion for others. Humanism. During the Renaissance, humanism, which values human dignity and reason, became widespread. Humid. Summer in Japan is not only hot, but also very humid. Plumage. The male bird has very bright and beautiful plumage for courtship. Tumult. A sudden explosion instantly threw the peaceful town square into tumult. Acumen. He has used his keen business acumen to successfully complete many difficult transactions. Human. We should strive for a society in which all humans have equal rights. Inhuman. Such harsh treatment of prisoners should be condemned as an extremely inhumane act. Lumen. This bulb boasts a higher lumen brightness than conventional products. Humus. The fertile humus produced by the decomposition of fallen leaves greatly aids plant growth. Boomer. He is a member of the so-called boomer generation, born during the high birth rate period after World War II. Consumer. Companies conducted large-scale surveys to understand consumer needs. Humor. No matter how difficult the situation, he never forgets his humor and makes those around him laugh. Rumor. Rumors spread on social media that the popular actor was retiring, but he denied it. Tumor. After further examination, a small tumor was found in his brain, but fortunately it was benign. Innumerable. In the night sky, innumerable stars shone, too numerous to count. Numeral. The Roman numeral X stands for the Arabic numeral 10. Numerous. On the beach, countless seashells had fallen, covering the sand. Enumerate. Enumerated each of the benefits of implementing this new system. Ruminate. He spent the whole night ruminating on every aspect of the issue before making a decision. Illuminate. Streetlights illuminate the surroundings so that people can walk safely at night. Blooming. Bathed in the warm spring sunshine, the garden is filled with blooming flowers. Booming. With the spread of cutting-edge technology, the industry is booming right now. Grooming. In order to appear professional in public, he never misses his morning grooming. Looming. The deadline was looming and everyone on the team was starting to get anxious. Unassuming. Although he is a globally successful celebrity, he is known for his very unassuming personality. Gloomy. The weather has been gloomy since morning, with thick clouds covering the sky, and people's moods tend to be depressed. Cumulative. Small efforts made every day will result in big cumulative results over the course of a few years. Accumulate. He is saving money little by little every month to fulfill his dream of traveling around the world in the future. Tuna. He thinks that eating fresh tuna sashimi with wasabi soy sauce is the ultimate luxury. Uniform. As a police officer, he wears a neatly ironed uniform every day. Reunify. After a long history of division, the two countries have finally agreed to reunify the country. Unify. To face a common enemy, the leader unified the disparate team. Unified. The team worked together as a team, all working towards a unified goal. Communicable. Communicable diseases such as influenza can be prevented by washing your hands and gargling. Communicative. He is a very communicative person and can easily get along with anyone. Communique. After the summit, an official communique was issued outlining the agreements reached by the two countries. Communicator. He is an excellent communicator, able to convey complex technical information in an easy-to-understand manner, even to non-experts. Communicate. I can communicate with him in English. Unison. At the conductor's signal, the choir members began singing in unison. Lunacy. Setting out to sea in a small boat during a storm is nothing short of lunacy. Punitive. The government imposed large, punitive fines on companies that violated environmental regulations. Lunatic. Running outside barefoot in a storm is lunatic behavior. Community. The volunteer group carries out a variety of activities for the local community. Immunity. Vaccination provides immunity to a particular disease. Opportunity. Not wanting to miss this golden opportunity to work overseas, he immediately decided to apply. Unity. In order to overcome this common crisis, unity among the entire nation is essential. Universe. Scientists continue to research the origins of this vast universe. Communal. The apartment residents often cook meals together in the communal kitchen. Tribunal. Special tribunals were established to resolve international disputes from an impartial standpoint. Unit. The apartments are equipped with a kitchen and bathroom for each unit. Unite. Two opposing political parties temporarily united to face a common enemy. Lunar. Astronauts made history by becoming the first humans to set foot on the lunar surface. Sooner. If the traffic jam clears up, we'll arrive sooner than planned. Remunerative. Seeking a more remunerative job, he decided to move to a foreign company. Funeral. I attended my friend's funeral yesterday. Unitary. The country has a unitary system of government, in which the central government has strong powers. Impunity. In dictatorships, those in power can ignore the law and commit crimes with impunity. Opportunist. He is not a man of conviction, but an opportunist who simply takes advantage of situations to his advantage. Opportunism. He is an opportunistic politician who is not afraid to change his beliefs for his own benefit. Puny. He may look puny, but he actually has stronger mental strength than anyone else. Pecuniary. He is keen to volunteer but does not receive any financial benefit from it. Unionist. He is an avid unionist and campaigns for improved workers' rights. Communion. She was absorbed in meditation in the deep forest, feeling a sense of communion with nature. Disunion. The disagreements caused disunion within the party, casting a shadow over the election campaign. Reunion. To commemorate the 10th anniversary of graduation, a class reunion was held, bringing together old friends. Union. Employees formed a labor union to demand improved working conditions. Junior. He is a junior employee who has only been with the company for 2 years, but he is extremely talented. Duo. The two are a popular comedy duo who have boasted an exquisite combination since their debut. Pupa. The larvae spin a cocoon in which they remain as pupa waiting to develop into adults. Stupid. He regrets making stupid mistakes that he would not have made if he had been more sober. Pupil. The skilled craftsman trains his devoted pupils to pass on his skills to the next generation. Quadruple. The new product proved a bigger hit than expected, with sales quadrupling in just 3 months. Scruple. He is a ruthless man who has no scruples about deceiving others for his own gain. Coupon. He used a coupon he found in a magazine to buy the newly released coffee at a discount. Cooper. In the old workshop, skilled coopers combine pieces of wood to create wine barrels. Stupor. He drank all night and was still lying stuporous in bed the next morning. Super. That is a super idea. Trooper. Despite being in poor health, he completed the job without a word of complaint, a true trooper. Recuperative. After his surgery, He spent a recuperative holiday in a quiet seaside town. Vituperative. The critic wrote a very vituperative review of the new movie. Recuperate. After the surgery, he spent several weeks recuperating in his quiet country home. Superfluous. The conclusion has already been reached, so any further discussion would be superfluous and a waste of time. Supermarket. On his way home from work, he stopped off at a large supermarket in front of the station to buy ingredients for dinner. Supervisor. On-site supervisors are constantly patrolling the site to ensure the safety of workers. Supervise. The site supervisor constantly supervises to ensure that the workers follow safety rules. Marsupial. Kangaroos and koalas are typical marsupials, animals that raise their young in pouches. Duplicate. He made a duplicate copy of the important document in case he lost it. Duplex. He bought a duplex to live in with his brother's family. Blueprint. Have released detailed blueprints for the construction of a new library. Scrupulous. He is very scrupulous about his work and does not allow any cutting corners. Unscrupulous. The unscrupulous seller deceived elderly people into selling them overpriced items. Penurious. Even after amassing enormous wealth, he continues to live a penurious life, not wasting a single penny. Euro. He exchanged his Japanese yen for euros at a bank for his trip to Europe. Guru. He is respected by many young entrepreneurs as a guru in the IT industry. Crucible. The harsh battlefield became a crucible, a test that strengthened the spirit of the young men. Reducible. This complex formula is easily reducible in a few basic steps. Elucidate. The professor used diagrams to elucidate complex laws of physics in an easy-to-understand way. Crucify. The media relentlessly attacked him for one mistake he made and crucified him. Crucifix. An elaborately carved wooden crucifix was hung on the wall of the old church. Fuselage. Aircraft fuselages are made from lightweight, strong carbon fiber materials. Hallucinate. He was drowsy from the high fever and hallucinated, seeing bugs crawling on the walls. Lucid. His explanations were very logical and lucid, so I was able to understand even complex content quickly. Usage. Excessive smartphone usage can reduce the quality of your sleep. Gruesome. Police have not released gruesome details of the horrific crime scene. Loosen. To relax, he loosened the tie that was tightening around his neck. Nuisance. The noise of construction work echoing late at night is a huge nuisance for local residents. Translucent. The windows are hung with translucent curtains that let in soft light. Producer. He is a movie producer. Illusory. A mirage is an illusory phenomenon in which the refraction of light causes distant scenery to appear. Fusillade. The soldiers unleashed a fusillade of heavy bullets into the enemy lines. Abusive. He lost his cool and hurled abusive language at his coworkers. Conclusive. Police finally found conclusive evidence that confirmed his involvement in the crime. Conducive. A quiet and well-lit environment is very conducive to concentrating on your studies. Elusive. The culprit has skillfully evaded police pursuit and remains elusive. Exclusive. This high-end club is an exclusive venue available only to select members. Elusive. The waterfront view seen in the desert is merely an elusive phenomenon created by the refraction of light. Inclusive. The price for this accommodation plan is all-inclusive, including meals and drinks. Inconclusive. The results of the study were inconclusive and further analysis was needed. Intrusive. Being asked constant questions about personal matters is very intrusive and unpleasant. Obtrusive. He behaved obtrusively by talking loudly without considering the inconvenience to those around him. Reclusive. Although he is a famous writer, he leads a reclusive life and dislikes appearing in public. Unobtrusive. The surveillance camera is very small and installed unobtrusively in the corner of the room. Exclusively. Is available exclusively to Platinum Card members. Juicy. He stuffed his face with a sweet juicy peach he had just bought at the market. Excruciatingly. He endured excruciating pain and managed to call for help. Booster. To boost my immunity, I received a booster vaccination. Rooster. As dawn broke, the sounds of roosters crowing echoed throughout the farm. Acoustic. He performed an acoustic live performance using only a guitar, without any electronic instruments. Constitutional. Freedom of expression is a constitutional right guaranteed by the Constitution, which is the supreme law of the nation. Institutional. The university has long played an institutional role in contributing to the development of the local community. Unconstitutional. The Supreme Court ruled that the new law violated citizens' rights and was unconstitutional. Institutionalize. By institutionalizing the new social system, support became sustainable. Confucianism. The teachings of Confucianism have had a profound influence on the moral and family values of East Asian countries. Crucial. The free throw in the final minutes of the game, when every point mattered, was a crucial moment that determined the outcome. Absolution. He deeply regretted his sins and went to church to seek the absolution of his soul from the priest. Attribution. The quote is often attributed to Shakespeare, although the exact attribution is disputed. Constitution. The basic principles of Japan's constitution are pacifism, respect for fundamental human rights, and popular sovereignty. Contribution. He has made significant contributions to the local community through his many years of charitable work. Devolution. Devolution, the transfer of authority from the central government to local governments, is underway. Diminution. As the economy worsens, many households are seeing a diminution of disposable income. Dissolution. Disagreements between the two companies ultimately led to the dissolution of the partnership. Distribution. Logistics experts were called in to ensure smooth distribution of relief supplies. Elocution. She began taking elocution lessons to improve her speaking skills. Evolution. Living organisms have adapted to their environments over the course of millions of years and have undergone unique evolution and development. Execution. It is important to make a plan, but what is even more important is the reliable execution. Institution. The university is the most important educational institution in the region, with a history of over 100 years. Lilliputian. The miniature village is so detailed that it feels like you've entered a Lilliputian world. Persecution. Many people are forced to seek asylum in other countries to escape religious persecution. Pollution. In order to reduce air pollution, many countries are tightening exhaust gas regulations. Prosecution. The prosecution is preparing to prosecute the defendant in order to prove his guilt. Prostitution. Support is needed for women who are forced to turn to prostitution due to poverty. Resolution. His New Year's resolution was to read for an hour every day. Restitution. The court ordered the defendant to make restitution to compensate the victim for the damages she suffered. Retribution. He could not escape retribution in the form of legal judgment for the crimes he committed. Revolution. The Industrial Revolution fundamentally changed people's lifestyles and social structures. Solution. He presented original solutions to complex mathematical problems that no one had ever thought of before. Substitution. If milk is not available in a dish, soy milk can be used as a substitution. Revolutionize. This new invention has the potential to completely revolutionize the way the world communicates. Evolutionary. Scientists are studying the evolutionary process of how birds evolved from dinosaurs. Revolutionary. The new battery technology is a revolutionary invention that will dramatically accelerate the adoption of electric vehicles. Executioner. In a historical film, there was a scene where a masked executioner swung an axe. Minutiae. He is a perfectionist who pays attention to the smallest details in his work and does not neglect minutiae. Fiduciary. Banks entrusted with asset management have a fiduciary responsibility to protect their customers' interests as a top priority. Excruciating. He endured the excruciating pain of a broken leg while waiting for help. Immutable. Immutable truths such as the laws of physics are the same regardless of time or place. Indisputable. It is indisputable that she is the foremost expert in this field. Inscrutable. It's impossible to know what he's thinking, and he always has an inscrutable expression on his face. Irrefutable. The police presented irrefutable evidence that he committed the crime. Suitable. Formal parties require you to dress appropriately for the occasion. Suitably. He was invited to a formal dinner and wore a tuxedo that was appropriate for the occasion. Beautiful. The view of the mountains from the window is very beautiful. Utilize. By efficiently utilizing solar energy, utility bills can be significantly reduced. Mutilate. The culprit mutilated important documents in an attempt to destroy evidence. Mutinous. Unable to endure the poor food and hard labor, a mutinous mood spread among the sailors. Scrutinize. Experts scrutinize the data. Mutiny. Unable to bear the harsh conditions, the crew finally staged a mutiny against the captain. Scrutiny. The new bill will undergo rigorous scrutiny by experts. Putative. He is considered to be the putative leader of the secret society. Brutal. The film depicts the brutal reality of the battlefield in an unvarnished and realistic manner. Futile. Attempting to carry water in a bucket with a hole in it is a completely futile effort. Mutant. In the film, a giant mutant creature caused by radiation attacks the city. Pollutant. Chemical substances discharged from factories have become pollutants, deteriorating the river environment. Commuter. During the morning rush hour, station platforms are filled with commuters. Computer. I bought a new computer. Neuter. For the health of our pets and to limit breeding, we have decided to neuter our dogs. Recruiter. He is a recruiter sent to university job fairs to secure talented personnel. Suitor. The daughter of a wealthy merchant had many suitors who wanted to marry her. Tutor. He is being tutored twice a week to improve his math grades. Uterus. The fetus spends 10 months and 10 days receiving nutrition inside the mother's uterus. Computerize. To improve operational efficiency, the company decided to computerize all customer data. Disputation. The philosophical topic has been the subject of intense debate among scholars for many years. Mutate. viruses can mutate in a short period of time, making it difficult to develop a vaccine. Beautify. Citizens planted many flowers in the park to beautify the city. Pharmaceutical. The pharmaceutical company has successfully developed a vaccine against a new infectious disease. Tutelage. He undertook 3 years of intensive research under the tutelage of a distinguished professor. Muted. She chose muted tones to attend the funeral. Reputed. The restaurant is reputed to serve the best pasta in town. Therapeutic. Soaking in a hot spring has a therapeutic effect on the body and mind, helping to relax and relieve fatigue. Therapeutics. At the university's medical school, I am majoring in therapeutics, which studies treatments for diseases and the effects of drugs. Computing. At universities, the latest computing technologies are widely used for data analysis. Shooting. He watched the shooting star streak across the night sky and silently made a wish in his heart. Beauty. The beauty of nature makes us forget the hustle and bustle of the city. Booty. The pirates hid their booty on uninhabited islands. Duty. Citizens have basic duties to obey the law and pay taxes. Dutifully. He dutifully followed his boss's instructions and completed the work on schedule. Dutiful. He is a very dutiful son who always follows his parents' instructions and eagerly helps out with the family business. Neutron. The nucleus of an atom is made up of protons, which have a positive charge, and neutrons, which have no charge. Neutralize. Scientists used an alkaline solution to neutralize the leaking acid. Nutritive. This drink is rich in nutritive ingredients such as vitamins and minerals. Neutral. He maintained a neutral stance in the dispute between his two friends, not taking sides. Putrid. The putrid smell of food waste rotting in the summer heat wafted from the trash can. Nutrient. To maintain good health, you should consume a balanced amount of necessary nutrients, such as protein and vitamins. Helluva. The concert was the helluva best I have ever seen. Immovable. He has an immovable will and never changes his mind once he has made up his mind. Movable. This partition is movable, so you can freely change the size of the room to suit your needs. Juvenile. He works as a local probation officer to reduce juvenile crime. Rejuvenate. She went to the spa on the weekend to refresh herself physically and mentally and rejuvenate herself. Approval. He has submitted a proposal for a new project and is waiting for approval from his boss. Removal. Work has begun to remove the old buildings, and a new park is planned to be built on the site. Proven. Recent research has proven that the treatment is highly effective. Maneuver. He used careful maneuvers to avoid crashing his car into the tight parking lot. Mover. The movers carefully loaded the large piano onto the truck. Groovy. As 70s music began to play, the venue was filled with a nostalgic and groovy atmosphere. Movie. I watched an interesting movie last night. Alluvial. Near the mouths of large rivers, fertile alluvial plains spread out, formed by the accumulation of sediment carried from upstream. Oeuvre. The exhibition displayed the artist's vast collection of works spanning his entire life. Excusable. To a certain extent, it is excusable for beginners to make mistakes like this. Inexcusable. For a professional to overlook such a basic mistake is simply inexcusable. Reusable. This bottle is reusable, so it is eco-friendly. Usable. It's an old computer, but it's still perfectly usable as long as I don't install the latest software. Accusatory. He refused to listen to any explanation, and from the very beginning he blamed me in an accusatory tone. Perusal. In order to properly understand the contents of the contract, I took the time to carefully perusal. Refusal. He took a firm stance and refused to accept the unreasonable demand. Cruiser. They set off on a luxury cruiser to explore the islands of the Mediterranean. User. This app is user-friendly. Musical. She has a great musical talent. Music. I listen to music to relax. Choosy. She is very choosy about food and will only eat certain ingredients. Enthusiasm. She is incredibly enthusiastic about her new hobby of woodworking. Enthusiast. He is a huge railway enthusiast and spends his weekends traveling around the country photographing rare trains. Unusual. This winter has been unusually warm, causing flowers to bloom earlier in many places. Usual. He left home at the usual time and had a cup of coffee at a cafe in front of the station. Allusion. His speech was peppered with allusions to classical literature. Collusion. It was discovered that several companies had engaged in unfair collusion behind the scenes to maintain prices. Conclusion. After months of discussion, the team finally came to a final conclusion. Confusion. Insufficient signage caused confusion among passengers inside the station. Contusion. He fell down the stairs but fortunately escaped with no serious injuries and only minor contusion. Delusion. He was obsessed with the delusion that he had psychic powers. Diffusion. The diffusion of new information has accelerated dramatically with the spread of the Internet. Disillusion. Learning the harsh reality of politics, these idealistic young people felt a deep disillusionment and awakening. Exclusion. He invited everyone to the party without excluding anyone in particular. Fusion. The fusion of these two different cultures has resulted in the creation of a new type of music that has never been heard before. Illusion. Using his magic techniques, he performed an illusion in which a dove appeared out of thin air. Inclusion. In today's educational environment, emphasis is placed on inclusion, which means accepting children from diverse backgrounds. Infusion. A stagnant project needs an infusion of new ideas from outside. Intrusion. Entering someone else's private space without permission is a serious intrusion. Preclusion. Due to preclusions in his contract, he turned down a job with a competitor. Profusion. In spring, a profusion of colorful flowers blooms throughout the garden. Seclusion. In order to concentrate on his writing, he chose seclusion in a remote mountain lodge away from the city. Transfusion. He lost a lot of blood during the surgery and was immediately given a blood transfusion. Unusually. This winter has been unusually warm compared to previous years, causing flowers to bloom earlier in many places. Usually. He usually gets up at 6 a.m. and goes for a jog for an hour before going to work. Usury. Usury, which ignores the law and charges exorbitant interest rates, should be strictly regulated. Tube. She used a tube of paint. Brooch. She wore an antique brooch inherited from her grandmother on her lapel. Allude. She didn't name any specific names, but she alluded to past failures. Brood. She was alone in her room brooding over her poor exam results. Conclude. After months of negotiations, the two companies finally concluded their discussions by agreeing to merge. Crude. Lacking modern equipment, he managed to complete the repairs using crude tools. Delude. He deluded himself into believing he had special talents. Denude. Deforestation has denuded mountains, increasing the risk of landslides. Elude. The criminal managed to evade the police and continued to cleverly elude their pursuit. Exclude. He listened to everyone fairly without excluding any particular group. Extrude. In factories, heated plastic is extruded through molds to form the product. Exude. He exudes confidence and exudes a strong charisma just by standing there. Feud. The two ancient families have been locked in a bitter feud over land ownership for generations. Food. In the areas affected by the earthquake, there is a shortage of supplies such as drinking water and food. Include. The price of this tour includes not only accommodation but all meals. Intrude. Entering a room without knocking is an intrusion into someone's privacy. Lewd. He repeatedly made lewd remarks and behaved in public, causing discomfort to those around him. Mood. The soft light streaming in through the window created a calming mood throughout the room. Nude. The museum displays nude statues that express the beauty of the human body. Obtrude. He tries to obtrude his personal opinions into the private conversations of others. Preclude. A clause in his contract precludes him from doing similar work for another company. Protrude. The luggage has sharp protruding edges that could be dangerous if they hit someone nearby. Prude. She is very conservative and prude and dislikes any sexual topics, even in jokes. Renewed. After his vacation, he is tackling the new project with renewed enthusiasm. Rood. At the entrance to the old church, there is a large rood symbolizing the Passion of Christ. Rude. He was very rude even to people he met for the first time, which earned him a bad reputation. Seclude. He left the city and secluded himself in a secluded mountain lodge to concentrate on writing. Shrewd. He made a huge fortune in a short space of time through his shrewd investment decisions. Subdued. The mood in the team after the loss was very subdued and no one spoke. Foodstuff. Are lined with a wide variety of foodstuffs imported from all over the world. Smooth. The lake's surface was windless and smooth, reflecting the surrounding mountains like a mirror. Soothe. The mother tried to soothe her crying baby by singing softly. Smoothly. Thanks to advanced preparations, the introduction of the new system went very smoothly. Aloof. He has a somewhat aloof attitude towards others, which gives him the impression of being unapproachable. Goof. He made a huge goof by accidentally forgetting to send an important document. Hoof. To protect the horse's hoof, a skilled farrier fitted it with new horseshoes. Proof. To prove his innocence, he presented solid evidence of his alibi for the night of the incident. Roof. The strong winds of the typhoon caused part of the roof of the house to peel off, causing a leak. Spoof. The comedy film is a spoof, a humorous recreation of scenes from famous spy movies. Proofread. Before submitting your paper, you should proofread it multiple times to check for typos. Huge. The stadium is equipped with state-of-the-art facilities that can accommodate huge numbers of spectators. Hugely. The movie became a hot topic immediately after its release, and was a huge success around the world. Fluke. His winning the lottery was not due to skill, but pure fluke. Nuke. He quickly reheated the cold pizza with a nuke. Rebuke. He received a harsh rebuke from his boss for breaking the rules. Spook. He was totally spooked when he suddenly heard the door open in the middle of the night. Nuclear. Is considering building a new nuclear power plant to alleviate its energy shortage. Lukewarm. The bath water was lukewarm, so I turned the temperature up a bit. Cool. The wind is cool today. Drool. The delicious aroma of steak wafted through the air, and he couldn't help but drool. Fool. He is good at telling jokes and making people laugh, but he is by no means a fool. Misrule. Years of misrule by the dictatorial regime have completely destroyed the country's economy. Mule. Mules with strong legs and endurance are highly valued for carrying loads in mountainous areas. Pool. It is fun to swim in the pool in summer. Rule. We have decided on some basic rules to ensure our communal life runs smoothly. School. Every morning he drives his children to school. Stool. He sat on a high stool in the kitchen and stuffed his mouth with breakfast toast. Tool. This is a useful tool for the task. Schoolchild. During school hours, local residents watch over the school children to ensure their safety. Foolhardy. Climbing a snowy mountain in winter without adequate equipment is more foolhardy than brave. Foolproof. We have developed a foolproof system that can be easily operated by anyone, even those who are not very good with machines. Cruelty. Cruelty towards animals should be strictly punished by law. Assume. He assumed the other person was the culprit, even though he had no solid evidence. Bloom. With the arrival of spring, the cherry trees in the garden all bloomed at once, creating a beautiful sight. Boom. With the spread of the internet, the IT industry welcomed an explosive boom. Broom. He picked up his new broom to sweep away the leaves that had accumulated on his front porch. Consume. In modern society, we consume enormous amounts of energy and resources every day. Costume. For a Halloween party, he made his own pirate costume. Doom. Many scientists warn that if global warming continues at its current rate, doom awaits the Earth's future. Exhume. Police have decided to exhume the body, which was buried several years ago, in order to reinvestigate. Fume. Harmful fumes emitted from factory chimneys are becoming an environmental problem. Gloom. After the loss, there was an oppressive gloom in the locker room. Groom. Before his wedding, he was dressed like a fine groom, dressed sharply in a tuxedo. Legroom. The seat on this plane has plenty of legroom for a tall guy like him. Loom. The shadow of a huge ship loomed out of the fog, and tension spread throughout the area. Perfume. As she passed by, a gorgeous and elegant perfume wafted through the air. Plume. The volcano erupted, sending a huge plume of ash high into the sky. Presume. He presumed that the other party would agree, and proceeded with the preparations on his own. Resume. The break ended and the meeting resumed where it had been interrupted. Room. This room is very spacious. Tomb. Many precious gold objects have been discovered in the tombs of ancient Egyptian kings. Whom. He wrote a letter addressed to whom? His most respected teacher. Womb. Inside the mother's womb, a new life grows quietly and steadily. Doomed. The project, which began without sufficient preparation, appeared doomed to failure from the start. Afternoon. He likes to spend his afternoons reading in the quiet library. Balloon. The birthday party venue was beautifully decorated with colorful balloons. Bassoon. In the orchestra's performance, the low, rich tone of the bassoon added depth to the piece. Boon. The latest technology is a great boon for people living in sparsely populated areas. Buffoon. He tried to lighten the mood by deliberately acting like a buffoon and making everyone laugh. Cartoon. As a child, he looked forward to watching cartoons on television on Sunday mornings. Cocoon. The larvae build a cocoon on the underside of the leaf and wait quietly for the changes that will allow them to become adults. Dune. Sand carried by the wind accumulates, forming beautifully curved dunes all over the desert. Festoon. The street trees were festooned with colorful lights and ribbons for Christmas. Immune. The rules apply to everyone, and no one is immune from their restrictions. Impugn. He tried to impugn the integrity of his rival without any solid basis. Inopportune. The phone rang in the middle of an important meeting, which was a very inopportune time. Lagoon. Inside the reef lies a lagoon of calm, clear blue water. Lampoon. The magazine is famous for its sharp satirical lampoons of the ineptitude of politicians of the day. Maroon. His ship was wrecked and he was marooned on a desert island. Moon. The moon is very bright tonight. Noon. Every day at noon he goes for a walk in a nearby park without fail. Opportune. He made the much-anticipated proposal at the perfect opportune moment. Picayune. He is a very meticulous person and never overlooks even the smallest picayune mistakes at work. Platoon. He is engaged in rigorous training as the leader of a military platoon. Prune. Prune the overgrown branches to ensure beautiful flowers bloom again next year. Raccoon. It was a wild raccoon with sharp claws rummaging through the trash can in the middle of the night. Saloon. In Western movies, cowboys gather in saloons to drink alcohol. Soon. He quickly left the room saying, "I'll be back soon." Swoon. She was so happy to be approached by her idol that she nearly swooned. Tune. He tuned the strings on his guitar properly and began to play his favorite tune. Tycoon. He achieved success in the IT industry at a young age and became a world-famous tycoon. Typhoon. A very powerful typhoon is approaching, and the Japan Meteorological Agency is urging people to be on high alert. Moonbeam. A ray of moonbeam streaming in through the window quietly illuminated the floor of the dark room. Moonlit. They took a leisurely stroll along the moonlit beach, the sound of the waves gently echoing. Attuned. His many years of experience have made him highly attuned to the subtle changes in the market. Coop. Every morning, he makes it a habit to collect fresh eggs from the coop in his garden. Droop. I forgot to water my potted flowers, so they started to look limp and droop. Dupe. He fell for the clever lies and became a dupe, giving his money to a fake investment scheme. Group. We traveled in a group. Hoop. The basketball player put the ball into the hoop with a precise shot. Loop. He tied his shoelaces in a tight loop to prevent them from coming undone. Recoup. He is trying to recoup the money he lost on his investment with profits from his new business. Scoop. He used a large scoop to pour the flour from the bag into a bowl. Soup. There's nothing like a warm soup packed with vegetables. Stoop. He stooped and reached down to pick up the dropped keys. Swoop. An eagle with sharp talons spots its prey and swoops down from the sky. Troop. After completing their training, the troop marched back to base in an orderly fashion. Troupe. The traveling troupe performs traditional theater plays in small towns. Loophole. The lawyer found a loophole in the law and secured a favorable ruling for his client. Stooped. He was carrying a heavy load, which caused his back to be a little stooped. Grandeur. The overwhelming grandeur of the Alps left him speechless. Raconteur. He is known as a great raconteur with a witty way of speaking. Voyeur. He is a voyeur who enjoys peeking into the private lives of others. Abstruse. The content of the academic paper was so abstruse that it was difficult for anyone other than an expert to understand. Abuse. Abusing power is a serious problem that undermines the very foundations of democracy. Deduce. The detective accurately deduced the perpetrator's steps from the scant evidence left at the scene. Deuce. The tennis match came down to deuce, and it was a close contest to see who would be the first to get 2 points ahead. Diffuse. The content of his writing was diffuse, and ultimately it was impossible to understand what he was trying to say. Disabuse. He was convinced that he would be selected, but his boss disabused him by telling him the reality. Excuse. He gave a plausible excuse for being late, transportation disruptions. Induce. Doctors considered procedures to induce labor if it did not start naturally. Introduce. At the party, he introduced the new member to everyone. Juice. Every morning he squeezes fresh oranges to make vitamin-packed juice. Loose. This clothes is a little loose. Noose. He made a noose from the end of the rope and threw it over the branch of a high tree. Obtuse. Whether intentional or genuinely obtuse, he had no understanding of the sarcasm around him. Produce. Is rich in produce, including fresh vegetables and fruits. Profuse. He apologized profusely for the inconvenience caused by his carelessness. Recluse. He hates the hustle and bustle of the city and lives quietly as a recluse in a remote mountain cabin. Reduce. In order to protect the environment, the government has launched a campaign to reduce plastic waste emissions. Reproduce. The copier beautifully reproduced the fine details of old photographs. Reuse. To protect the environment, it is recommended that you reuse plastic bags after use, rather than throwing them away. Seduce. The scammers use sweet talk to try to seduce the elderly into making big investments. Sluice. The sluice gates were opened to safely drain the water from the dam, which had overflowed due to heavy rains. Spruce. He spruced up in a new suit for an important interview. Truce. Fierce fighting continued, but a temporary truce was called to allow the wounded to be evacuated. Use. This tool has a very useful use for repairing broken machinery. Useful. This multi-purpose knife is extremely useful for camping, outdoor activities, and many other occasions. Useless. A flashlight with dead batteries is completely useless in the pitch black of a forest. Profusely. After a strenuous exercise, his forehead was profusely sweating. Inducement. To attract talented personnel, the company offered an inducement in the form of a large bonus. Boost. As a result of the new advertising campaign, we were able to significantly boost sales of our product. Reduced. In the store, products approaching their expiration date are sold at reduced prices. Roost. At dusk, many birds return to the trees in the forest to roost. Acute. He was struck with sudden, acute abdominal pain and was taken to the hospital by ambulance. Astute. He is a very astute businessman and always accurately predicts market trends. Boot. On cold winter days, warm boots are essential for going out. Brute. He tries to solve the problem by brute force, but such brute methods don't work. Butte. In the middle of the desert stands a butte, an isolated steep hill. Chute. As the plane landed, a parachute opened from the rear to help slow it down. Commute. Every morning, he commutes to work, spending an hour on a packed train. Compute. Using the latest supercomputers, complex weather forecasts can be computed in a short amount of time. Dilute. This detergent is very strong, so be sure to dilute it with water before use. Dispute. The two neighboring countries have been embroiled in a bitter dispute over territory near their border for many years. Disrepute. The scandal plunged the organization's long-built reputation into disrepute. Flute. She plays the flute in the orchestra and produces a beautiful, clear tone. Fruit. Fresh fruit is good for the body. Hoot. In the silent forest late at night, the hoot of an owl echoed. Impute. He tried to blame others for his failure, imputing blame unfoundedly. Loot. During the riots, people took advantage of the confusion to break into stores and loot merchandise. Moot. The plan has already been cancelled, so discussing the details now is moot. Mute. He muted the TV and enjoyed reading in silence. Pollute. Chemicals discharged from factories pollute rivers and have a negative impact on the local ecosystem. Pursuit. He decided to leave a stable job to pursue his ideal career. Recruit. To accelerate technological innovation, the company recruited talented engineers from around the world. Refute. She completely refutes the opponent's claims by showing that the evidence presented is fabricated. Repute. The restaurant has a reputation for serving the best pasta in town. Root. Plants have roots that go deep into the ground and absorb water and nutrients from them. Route. We chose a new route. Salute. The soldiers saluted the commander as he appeared at the ceremony. Shoot. The film crew woke up early to shoot a beautiful sunrise scene. Suit. He bought a new well-tailored navy blue suit for an important interview. Uproot. The typhoon's strong winds uprooted large trees over 100 years old. Fruitful. The discussions between the two parties were very fruitful and a new project was decided upon. Suitcase. He packed his clothes and documents into a large suitcase in preparation for a long business trip. Fruitless. A weeks-long search for the culprit proved fruitless. Absolutely. He is absolutely convinced that the plan will succeed and has no doubts whatsoever. Acutely. He became acutely aware that his actions had caused trouble to those around him, and he deeply regretted his actions. Recruitment. The Human Resources Department has begun full-scale recruitment activities for next year's new graduate hiring. Astuteness. He used his natural astuteness to conclude complex negotiations on favorable terms for his company. Booth. Will have a dedicated booth to introduce their latest technology. Tooth. He had an appointment with the dentist because he started to have pain in his back tooth after eating too many sweets. Truth. He believes that no matter how difficult the situation, one should never lie and should tell the truth. Youth. He spent his youth in the countryside. Truthful. He always strives to give truthful answers, even when the situation is unfavorable to him. Ruthless. He is a very ruthless businessman who will use any means to achieve his goals. Toothless. The old regulations are toothless and ineffective because they lack penalties. Toothpick. After eating, he used a toothpick that was on the table to clean between his teeth. Approve. The board of directors formally approved the budget proposal to build a new branch. Behoove. It would behoove you to go over the details now to avoid future trouble. Disapprove. He strongly expressed his disapproval of the irresponsible plan. Disprove. The latest scientific data has disproved the long-held theory. Groove. He dropped the needle into the groove of the record and began to enjoy the nostalgic music. Improve. By practicing every day, he dramatically improved his tennis skills. Move. He decided to move to another city to start a new career. Prove. He presented conclusive evidence to the court to prove his innocence. Remove. The surgery was successful in safely removing a small tumor in his stomach. Improvement. The introduction of the latest system has resulted in significant improvements in operational efficiency. Movement. I felt a sudden movement behind me. Approved. The budget proposal has been officially approved by the board of directors, and the project will begin next month. Improved. By introducing the latest technology, the factory's production efficiency has improved significantly compared to before. Removed. The village is far removed from the hustle and bustle of the city and is very quiet. Accuse. He publicly accused his colleague of leaking confidential company information. Amuse. He performed magic tricks, much to the amusement of the children who had gathered. Booze. On weekends he relaxes by boozing with friends. Bruise. He fell and hit his knee hard, and the next day he had a big bruise. Choose. From among the many options available, he chose the path that best suited his future. Confuse. There are so many buttons with similar names that it's easy for first-time users to get confused. Cruise. To celebrate their retirement, they went on a luxury cruise around the world. Defuse. He diffuses the tense atmosphere in the conference room with his humorous remarks. Dues. He remembers to pay his monthly dues to maintain his club membership. Enthuse. She enthused and spoke enthusiastically about the potential of the new project. Fuse. When an overcurrent flows, a fuse blows to protect the electrical circuit. Infuse. The arrival of new leadership infused new energy into a stagnant team. Lose. Due to his carelessness, he lost his precious house keys somewhere. Misuse. The misuse of public funds was discovered and the politician came under severe criticism. Muse. He looked at old photographs and quietly mused on memories of the distant past. News. The news is surprising. Ooze. Blood slowly oozes from the wound, and he quickly grabs his first aid kit. Overuse. Overuse of smartphones can lead to poor eyesight and sleep deprivation. Peruse. He took his time perusing historical documents in the quiet of the library. Refuse. He firmly refused to accept the contract under the unfair terms. Ruse. He devised an ingenious ruse to distract his enemies, and it was a great success. Snooze. When his alarm went off, he hit the snooze button and slept for another 10 minutes. Suffuse. The red light of the sunset beautifully suffused the surface of the still lake. Transfuse. In case of excessive bleeding during surgery, preparations are now underway to transfuse compatible blood for the patient. Whose bag is here? Newsletter. The association publishes a monthly newsletter that summarizes the latest activities and information for members. Amusement. The park has plenty of amusement facilities for children to play at all day long. Newspaper. I read the newspaper in the morning. Newsstand. On his way to work, he stopped at the station newsstand and bought the morning paper and a magazine. Amuse. The entire audience seemed amused by his witty banter. Bemused. He stared at the screen with a bemused expression, unable to figure out how to solve the complex puzzle. Unused. At the back of the closet lies unused camping equipment that has never been used since it was purchased several years ago. Used. He didn't have the budget to buy a new one, so he bought a good used car. Rouge. She applied a thin layer of rouge to her cheeks to brighten her complexion. Ingratitude. Rather than feeling intense anger at her best friend's betrayal, she felt sorrow at his ingratitude. Lassitude. After working in the intense heat for long periods of time, he felt a heavy lassitude throughout his body. Altruist. He is known as a true altruist, someone who puts his own interests aside for the good of others. Seraphic. The sleeping baby's face had a pure seraphic beauty, like that of an angel. Superbug. Hospitals are concerned about nosocomial infections caused by superbugs that are resistant to existing antibiotics. Hanger-on. As he became famous, he became surrounded by hanger-ons who wanted to cash in on him. Workhouse. In the past, Britain had facilities called workhouses where the poor were housed and forced to work. Urban planning. Urban planning experts have designed a new road network to alleviate traffic congestion. Funereal. The funeral hall was enveloped in a somber funereal atmosphere, and everyone kept quiet. Appertain. All the evidence presented is germane to this case. Saturnine. He is a man of few words and always has a saturnine expression on his face, as if he is deeply troubled by something. Murkiness. The thick fog made visibility poor, and the murkiness of the surroundings made me feel frightened. Circumnavigate. Magellan's fleet succeeded in circumnavigating the globe by ship for the first time in human history. Interpellate. Members of Parliament interpellated the minister about unclear points in the new bill. Macerate. Cooks soaked the fruit in syrup and macerated it until it was soft. Sybarite. He hates working and is a sybarite who spends his days in lavish meals and entertainment. Externalize. Rather than suppressing his anxiety, he externalized his feelings by writing in his journal. Hammerhead. The diver was amazed to encounter a school of hammerhead sharks with their uniquely shaped heads. Pluperfect. In grammar, an action that was completed sometime before a certain point in the past is called pluperfect. Percept. Psychological experiments have investigated how external stimuli shape an individual's percepts. Forbear. He felt intense anger, but forbore to argue in order to keep his cool. Hermetic. The experimental apparatus is hermetically sealed to prevent outside air from entering. Abjure. He abandoned his old beliefs and abjured the teachings of the past for the new religion. Ampere. The ampere, a basic unit of electricity, represents the strength of the electric current flowing through a circuit. Bursar. I went to the bursar at the administrative office to discuss paying my university tuition fees. Clangor. Inside the factory, there was a constant clangor of metal clashing against metal. Descriptor. This is a good descriptor for the product's features. Disinter. Police disinterred a body buried several years ago in an effort to obtain new evidence. Distractor. Test questions contain distractors that resemble the correct answer, but are incorrect. Gibber. He was so frightened that he panicked and gibbered nonsense. Immure. He immures himself in the mansion so that he can concentrate on his research without being disturbed by anyone. Intercessor. She stood between the two opposing parties and acted as an intercessor, seeking a way to reconcile. Jabber. When he gets nervous, he has a habit of jabbering quickly and making nonsense. Languor. In the strong sunlight of the tropical afternoon, he took a nap, feeling a pleasant languor. Malinger. He decided to pretend to be sick to avoid the rigorous training. Parallelogram. In mathematics, a quadrilateral with two pairs of opposite sides that are parallel is called a parallelogram. Pilfer. He was fired after it was discovered that he had been pilfering small amounts of workplace supplies. Planisphere. To help him memorize the constellations, he bought a planisphere, which displays the night sky at a specific location and time. Satyr. In Greek mythology, satyrs are half human, half beast spirits who love alcohol and make noise in the forest. Transfigure. The moment she heard the joyous news, her sad expression brightened and transfigured. Twitter. He woke to the sounds of birds twittering merrily in the trees. Vaporizer. He turned on a vaporizer to hydrate the dry room. Blur. The heavy rain blurred vision and made driving difficult. Chauffeur. He ordered his chauffeur to drive the car around to the front of the hotel. Concur. I completely concur with your opinion on the direction of this project. Confer. The professor is preparing to confer the degree to the student. Connoisseur. He is a wine connoisseur and can tell the origin of a wine just by its aroma. Defer. Due to budget shortfalls, it has been decided to defer construction of the new factory until next year. Demur. She accepted the harsh conditions without demur. Deter. Imposing severe penalties has the effect of deterring crime. Entrepreneur. As a young entrepreneur, he is launching new IT services one after another. Fir. The most commonly used Christmas tree is the fir tree, which is a conifer. Fur. To protect themselves from the bitter winter cold, they wore hats with thick fur. Incur. Unplanned investments carry the risk of incurring large losses. Infer. From the look on his face, I could infer that the news was not good news for him. Inter. The deceased great leader was interred in a quiet cemetery in his hometown. Liqueur. After the meal, I enjoyed a small amount of sweet orange-flavored liqueur. Occur. He closed his eyes and waited quietly until a good idea occurred. Per. The participation fee is set at 5,000 yen per person. Prefer. I tend to prefer tea to coffee. Purr. A cat sleeping on your lap purring happily. Recur. Without proper treatment, the disease may recur after several years. Refer. For more information, refer to page 15 of the manual. Saboteur. Police arrested a saboteur who was trying to secretly destroy factory equipment. Sir. Sir, you left something behind. Slur. He was drunk and slurring his words, so I couldn't understand what he was saying. Spur. The success spurred him on to try harder. Stir. I stirred the soup slowly with a ladle to ensure the flavor was uniform. Transfer. He will be transferred to the London branch next month. Transferable. These skills are highly transferable even when changing jobs to a different industry. Surrogate. She acted as surrogate for her sick mother and took on the responsibility of caring for the family. Hurricane. A massive hurricane made landfall, causing devastating damage to coastal areas. Scurrilous. He spread scurrilous rumors in the newspapers to undermine his rival. Urinary. He went to the hospital with severe abdominal pain and was diagnosed with a suspected urinary disorder. Urinate. The dog marked its territory by urinating in a tree during a walk. Courage. Sometimes it takes a lot of courage to admit you're wrong. Referral. Because he needed specialized treatment, his family doctor referred him to a large hospital. Urine. During a medical checkup at the hospital, a urine test is performed to check kidney function. Currency. Before traveling abroad, you need to have some local currency. Concurrence. The validity of the plan was proven by the concurrence of opinions from multiple experts. Deterrence. A strong military force acts as a deterrent to prevent attacks from other countries. Currents. Severe thunderstorms are a common occurrence in the summer in this region. Recurrence. The surgery was successful, but doctors recommended regular checkups to prevent recurrence of the disease. Transference. In psychology, transference, the directing of a patient's emotions towards the therapist, is an important concept. Concurrent. Two major events were held concurrently, causing the city to become extremely crowded. Current. He always checks the current news and keeps up with social trends. Recurrent. Vigorous exercise can cause recurrent pain from old injuries. Concurrently. This system allows multiple programs to run concurrently. Currently. He is currently at work. Syrup. The sweet maple syrup poured generously over the pancakes is sure to whet your appetite. Turret. The turret on the corner of the old castle offered a panoramic view of the surrounding area. Herbalist. He has a wealth of knowledge about medicinal plants and is a trusted local herbalist. Verbalize. By effectively verbalizing your feelings, you can reduce stress. Hyperbole. A lifetime wish is a hyperbole that children often use. Herbal. Drink warm herbal tea before bed to help you relax. Verbal. To avoid misunderstandings, verbal agreements should be put in writing as well. Suburban. He built his house in a quiet suburban neighborhood, avoiding the hustle and bustle of the city. Urban. In recent years, housing shortages due to population concentration have become a serious problem in urban areas. Disturbance. A loud noise caused disturbance in a residential area late at night. Sherbet. To cleanse the palate after the meal, we were served a refreshing lemon-flavored sherbet. Turbine. At hydroelectric power plants, the power of water rotates giant turbines to generate electricity. Reverberate. His powerful voice reverberated throughout the hall, overwhelming the audience. Herbicide. Farmers used herbicide to kill the weeds without affecting the crops. Disturbing. Recently, the news has been filled with an increasing number of disturbing events that threaten the peace. Furbish. He beautifully refurbished antique furniture and sold it in his shop. Refurbish. The city decided to refurbish the aging library building. Refurbishment. The refurbishment of the aging office building took several months. Suburbia. He has left the hustle and bustle of the city behind and is enjoying the quiet and peaceful life in the suburbs. Proverbial. His stubbornness is proverbial. Once he makes up his mind, he never backs down. Verbiage. His reports are full of unnecessary verbiage, making it difficult to grasp the main points. Turbulence. The plane entered a strong air current and experienced severe turbulence. Turbulent. The plane exited the turbulent airspace and finally returned to stable flight. Purchaser. The new purchaser of the land plans to build a shopping mall there. Kerchief. She wrapped a colorful kerchief around her head to protect herself from the sun. Urchin. Near the harbor, a group of mischievous urchins were playing. Merchandising. The character merchandising strategy was successful, resulting in a significant increase in sales. Merchandise. The store is filled with fascinating merchandise from all over the world. Merchant. He showed a talent for trade at a young age and is now known as a successful merchant. Purchase. He has been saving for many years to purchase a new car. Nurture. In order to nurture children's talents, it is important to provide them with an appropriate educational environment. Nurture. In order to nurture children's talents, it is important to provide them with an appropriate educational environment. Virtue. Patience is a virtue and is essential for overcoming difficult situations. Virtually. Using modern simulation technology, any situation can be virtually recreated. Virtual. Using the latest technology, you can experience real travel in a virtual space. Virtuous. He is highly respected in his community as a man of honesty and virtuous character. Absurdity. He was so taken aback by the absurdity of the situation that he forgot to be angry and started laughing. Hurdle. He overcame numerous hurdles and finally opened the store of his dreams. Burden. His large debts have become a huge burden in his life. Burdensome. Procedures that are too complicated are burdensome for users. Verdant. In spring, verdant grasslands stretch out as far as the eye can see outside the window. Girder. At the construction site, huge cranes were lifting steel girders. Murder. Police are pursuing a suspect in a gruesome murder that occurred last night. Murderous. He turned his fierce anger and murderous gaze towards his rival. Murderer. The ruthless murderer was finally tried and sentenced to life imprisonment. Verdict. After a lengthy deliberation, the jury returned a verdict of not guilty against the defendant. Wording. We carefully considered the wording to avoid any misunderstandings about the contents of the contract. Birdie. He hit a great shot on the final golf hole to get a birdie. Sturdy. This table is made of sturdy oak and is extremely durable. Further. It was determined that further investigation was necessary to determine the details. Furthermore. This project is over budget and furthermore understaffed. Worthy. His dedication to his work is worthy of the respect of many. Perfectly. He did it perfectly. Surface. The surface of the lake reflected the surrounding scenery like a mirror. Surfeit. In today's society, there is an information surfeit, making it difficult to select what you need. Perforated. The paper has fine perforated lines that make it easy to tear. Perforate. The envelope has small holes perforated to make it easier to open. Perfidy. He was betrayed by a longtime friend and was deeply hurt by the perfidy. Imperfect. No matter how excellent a machine is, since it is made by humans, there will always be some imperfect parts. Curfew. To maintain public order, a curfew was imposed, prohibiting people from going out at night. Purgatory. He felt that the few days he spent waiting for the results were like a purgatory, a temporary hardship waiting for his soul to be purified. Gurgle. Hearing a baby gurgle with happiness is soothing. Burgher. In medieval cities, wealthy burghers had great influence over city government. Burglar. Late at night, a burglar broke into the office by breaking into a window. Burglary. Are gathering evidence from a burglary that occurred in the area last night. Encouraging. The doctor gave me encouraging news that the test results were good. Discourage. Don't let the fear of failure discourage you from taking on new challenges. Encourage. The teacher gently encouraged the student who had lost confidence. Discouragement. He was feeling discouraged by his repeated failures, but a friend's words helped him to recover. Stirring. His courageous actions had a stirring effect on many people. Flourish. This civilization flourished greatly before the Common Era, thanks to the blessings of abundant rivers. Nourish. For plants to grow healthily, they need rich soil to nourish their roots. Nourishment. To maintain a healthy body, it is important to get enough nourishment from a balanced diet. Malnourished. The prolonged famine has left many children malnourished. Blurry. Perhaps because my eyesight is deteriorating, the letters on distant signs look blurry. Flurry. A sudden flurry of snow fell, and the city was instantly covered in white. Hurry. He hurried to the station so as not to miss the train. Scurry. When I turned on the light in the room, a little mouse scurried behind the furniture. Worry. There's no point in worrying too much about the outcome, so all I can do now is do my best. Entrepreneurial. He has used his entrepreneurial talents to launch several successful companies. Luxuriant. She treasures her luxuriant black hair, the envy of all. Luxurious. He booked a luxurious hotel for his vacation, offering top-notch service. Courier. To ensure the safe delivery of important documents, I requested the services of a reliable courier. Furrier. He is a skilled furrier and tailors the finest coats. Hurriedly. He was going to be late, so he hurriedly ate his breakfast and rushed out the house. Burgeoning. The city's burgeoning IT industry is attracting many young people. Burgeon. The small village is experiencing rapid burgeoning as it begins to attract attention as a tourist destination. Surgeon. As a cardiac surgeon, he has performed thousands of surgeries. Emergency. It is recommended to stockpile emergency food and water in case of an emergency. Insurgency. Government forces are trying to put down growing insurgencies along the border. Urgency. The doctor realized the urgency of the situation and immediately began preparing for surgery. Convergence. Technological convergence, where different technologies are integrated, is supporting the evolution of smartphones. Divergence. Two languages that share the same origin have diverged significantly over time. Emergence. The emergence of new technologies has dramatically changed the way we live. Resurgence. In recent years, there has been a resurgence in popularity of vinyl records among young people. Submergence. Rising sea levels are putting some low-lying islands at risk of submergence. Convergent. Many research findings converge towards a single conclusion. Detergent. I used a strong detergent to remove the stubborn oil stains. Divergent. Even when looking at the same facts, divergent interpretations can arise depending on one's position. Emergent. The latest technologies are creating new and emerging markets. Insurgent. Government forces have launched a sweep operation to eliminate insurgents hiding in the mountainous region. Resurgent. Traditional crafts are enjoying a resurgent popularity as they incorporate modern designs. Urgent. He received an urgent call from the hospital and immediately rushed out of the house. Urgently. The situation is deteriorating rapidly, so we need to take urgent action. Merger. The merger of the two companies will create a new company that will be the largest in the industry. Perjure. Lying on the witness stand and perjuring yourself is a serious criminal offense. Perjury. Giving false testimony in court is considered perjury and is severely punishable. Surgery. He is scheduled to undergo surgery next week to fully repair his knee injury. Liturgical. The church played liturgical music in a centuries-old tradition. Metallurgical. Improvements in metallurgical technology have led to the creation of lighter and stronger alloys. Surgical. He is known nationwide as a physician with highly advanced surgical skills. Turgid. The paper was full of technical terms and the writing was turgid, making it very difficult to read. Allergic. She is allergic and suffers from hay fever in the spring. Virgin. The island is home to vast expanses of virgin forest, completely untouched by human hands. Emerging. Asia's emerging markets are expected to drive the global economy in the future. Clergy. Many clergy gathered at the funeral and offered prayers for the deceased. Clergyman. The village clergyman is a widely trusted advisor to the residents. Circa. The castle was built circa 1600. Workable. We need not just idealistic talk, but workable solutions that can be implemented in the field. Workaholic. He is a typical workaholic who stays in the office until late at night and thinks only about work even on weekends. Percolator. The fragrant smell of coffee brewing in a percolator wafted from the kitchen. Percolate. A good idea percolated in my head and finally took shape. Circle. The children sat in a circle. Encircle. The old castle is encircled by high stone walls to prevent enemy invasion. Circumspect. He is always very circumspect when making new investments. Circumstance. Due to an unexpected change in circumstances, we were forced to cancel our travel plans. Mercantile. The city has long been a thriving mercantile center. Circus. A circus came to town and the square was filled with the cheers of children. Circuit. Electricians inspected the electrical circuits in the old building to ensure safety. Worker. He is a worker in the factory. Working. He used his working knowledge to quickly resolve problems on site. Murky. Pollution has turned the once clear lake water murky. Perky. She always has a perky personality and creates a bright atmosphere in the workplace. Quirky. He has a quirky sense of humor and makes people laugh. Perquisite. Personal use of a company car is a special perquisite granted only to executives. Turquoise. She was wearing a dress of vibrant turquoise like the southern seas. Circulatory. Moderate exercise activates the entire body's circulatory system. Circulation. Taking a walk every morning is effective in improving blood circulation. Circulating. Various rumors about the new movie are circulating on the internet. Circulate. I kept the fan running to circulate the air in the room. Mercury. It was a very cold morning, and the mercury on the thermometer was below freezing. Superlative. His cooking skills are truly superlative, attracting many customers. Sterling. She has earned a sterling reputation through her years of dedicated work. Yearling. On the ranch, energetic yearlings that had just turned 1-year-old were running around. Churlish. His churlish behavior put everyone at the party off. Burly. At the port, burly men were carrying heavy loads one after another. Curly. She loves her curly hair and always keeps it neatly styled. Early. I woke up early. Surly. The store clerk treats customers in a surly manner, damaging the reputation of those around him. Furlough. He was granted a short furlough between tours of duty and returned home to his family. Interminable. His talk was interminable, and I fell asleep while listening to it. Terminal. Although he was suffering from a terminal illness, he never gave up hope until the very end. Permanence. In today's rapidly changing world, he seeks something that has unchanging permanence. Determinant. The biggest determinant of success is the determination to never give up. Permanent. He likes his current job and has decided to stay there permanently. Permanently. He liked the city so much that he decided to move here permanently. Determinate. The results of the experiment provided determinate values for specific substances. Exterminate. We called in a professional to exterminate the pests that had taken up residence in our garden. Germinate. Seeds need the right amount of moisture and temperature to germinate. Terminate. Due to the breach of contract, the company terminated his employment contract. Thermostat. To keep the room temperature constant, the thermostat was set at 25 degrees Celsius. Hermitage. He left the secular world and began living quietly in a hermitage deep in the mountains, far from civilization. Affirmative. If you agree with the proposal, please give an affirmative response. Dermal. The cosmetic penetrates deep into the dermal layer and helps keep the skin moisturized. Geothermal. In this region, geothermal power generation, which utilizes heat from volcanoes, is actively carried out. Thermal. This clothing has excellent thermal properties and is ideal for working outdoors in winter. Determine. Are trying to determine the cause of the accident from evidence left at the scene. Predetermine. Not everything in life is predetermined by fate. Sermon. On Sunday morning, the pastor gave an inspiring sermon at church. Deferment. He applied for a deferment from military service so he could continue his studies. Epidermis. Sunburn occurs when the sun's ultraviolet rays damage the epidermis, the outermost layer of the skin. Hermit. He hates the hustle and bustle of the city and lives like a hermit in a remote mountain hut. Termite. Termite damage had left the pillars of the old wooden house crumbling. Murmur. She murmured something in her sleep, too quiet to be heard. Infirmary. Students who became ill were taken to an infirmary where a school nurse was present. Mermaid. Among sailors, tales of mermaids, legendary creatures that live in the sea, are passed down through the generations. Indeterminate. The exact date of the old painting is currently indeterminate. Infirmity. He continues to write despite the physical infirmity of old age. Hypodermic. The doctor administered the medicine to the patient using a hypodermic syringe. Vermin. Old warehouses are home to vermin such as rats, which poses hygiene problems. Skirmish. A small skirmish broke out between the two sides near the border. Permeable. This material is permeable, meaning that water can easily pass through it. Permeate. The aroma of fresh coffee permeated the entire house. Turmoil. The sudden change of government plunged the country into great turmoil. Discernible. In the distance, the faint shadow of a ship became discernible. Journalist. He is a famous journalist. Journalism. He entered the world of journalism to expose social injustice. Eternally. He will be eternally grateful to the man who saved him. Internally. The problem was not leaked to the outside world, and was resolved internally within the organization. Internecine. The organization was weakened by violent internecine conflicts caused by power struggles. Alternative. Solar power generation is attracting attention as an alternative energy source to fossil fuels. Alternatively. You can get there by train, but alternatively you can take the bus. Eternity. To the lovers, the few minutes before they parted felt like eternity. Fraternity. He joined a college fraternity and made many lifelong friends. Modernity. The building is a perfect blend of traditional design and modernity. Colonel. He was eventually promoted to the rank of colonel in recognition of his years of military service. Diurnal. Many birds have diurnal habits and become active at sunrise. Eternal. They sincerely hope that this beautiful scenery will continue forever. External. The device comes in a rugged case to protect it from external shocks. Fraternal. The two countries have maintained a fraternal alliance for many years. Infernal. The infernal heat of the city in summer completely overwhelmed him. Internal. The company brought in outside experts to investigate whether there was any internal fraud. Journal. Every night he makes it a rule to write down the events of the day in his journal. Colonel. The kernel of his complex argument rests on a very simple fact. Maternal. She has a very deep maternal love for her children. Nocturnal. Owls are nocturnal creatures, meaning they can catch prey in the dark. Paternal. He inherited both paternal strictness and kindness from his grandfather. Vernal. As the vernal equinox approaches, vernal flowers are beginning to bloom in the park. Turnip. He bought some fresh turnips at the market to make soup for dinner. Furnace. In steel factories, iron is molten red hot in huge furnaces. Earnestly. He admitted his mistake and apologized earnestly to the victim. Turnoff. I made sure not to miss the next turnoff to get off the highway. Furniture. When I moved, I bought all new furniture for the living room. Furniture. When I moved, I bought all new furniture for the living room. Furnishings. I bought all the furnishings for my new home, such as curtains and lighting. Maternity. The hospital has a maternity ward for women who are about to give birth. Paternity. He took a paternity test to prove he was the father. Discerning. He has a discerning eye and can recognize genuine works of art. Earning. His earning is increasing. Yearning. The yearning for freedom never fades, no matter how harsh the circumstances. Earnings. The company's quarterly financial results recorded its highest earnings ever. Earnest. He admitted his mistake and apologized with an earnest expression. Burnish. He carefully burnished the silverware with a cloth, making it shine like new. Furnish. To furnish the new office, we ordered a large number of desks and chairs. Burnished. He had the silver watch he inherited from his grandfather burnished to a shiny finish. Furnished. He decided to rent a furnished apartment so he could get started right away. Attorney. I hired a trusted attorney to help me with a complex legal matter. Journey. In order to rediscover himself, he embarked on a journey around the world with just one backpack. Hernia. He hurt his back while lifting a heavy load and was diagnosed by a doctor with a hernia. Inferno. The building caught fire and was instantly transformed into a raging inferno. Burrow. Rabbits dug deep burrows in the ground to protect themselves from predators. Furrow. Farmers use tractors to make long furrows in the fields for sowing seeds. Thorough. The police conducted a thorough investigation of the scene to determine the cause of the accident. Thoroughbred. The farm raises pedigreed thoroughbreds for racing. Thoroughfare. This thoroughfare is one of the busiest thoroughfares in the city. Thoroughly. To prevent accidents, the safety of the machine was thoroughly inspected. Borough. New York City is made up of 5 boroughs, including Manhattan. Interpolate. He interpolated his own personal interpretation into the story. Perpetrator. Police identified the perpetrator of the crime from security camera footage. Perpetrate. Police are pursuing the perpetrators of such heinous crimes. Serpentine. The trail leads serpentinely to the summit. Serpent. In this ancient mythology, the serpent appears as a symbol of wisdom. Purpose. He decided to embark on a long journey to find his purpose in life. Purposeful. She walked purposefully to the interview venue. Purposely. He purposely asked some slightly malicious questions to gauge the other person's reaction. Purport. To accurately understand the purport of the letter, it is necessary to understand the context of the time. Turpitude. His immoral conduct was severely criticized as moral turpitude for a person in public office. Interpreter. He serves as the president's personal interpreter at international conferences. Interpret. He provided instant interpretation of complex diplomatic issues at international conferences. Misinterpret. She misinterpreted his joke and became very angry. Deterrent. Imposing severe penalties acts as a deterrent to prevent crimes from occurring. Versa. He supports her and vice versa, she supports him. Irreversible. Some environmental damage once underway is irreversible. Reversible. This jacket is reversible, so you can turn it inside out to suit your mood. Diversify. To reduce investment risk, you should diversify your assets rather than focusing on one stock. Persecute. Throughout history, there have been many examples of people who have held particular religious beliefs being unjustly persecuted or harassed. Merciless. The merciless desert sun sapped the traveler's strength. Impersonal. The responses of large companies can sometimes feel impersonal and cold. Interpersonal. In social life, having good interpersonal skills is very important. Mercenary. He is a mercenary man who works not for his principles but simply for the money. Impersonate. He impersonated a famous politician on stage in a hilarious way. Versatile. He is a versatile actor, able to play a wide range of roles from comedy to tragedy. Biodiversity. Protecting rainforest biodiversity is essential to the sustainability of the global environment. Diversity. Accepting people with diverse backgrounds increases diversity in an organization. Perversity. Because of his perversity, he sometimes deliberately behaves in a way that goes against the expectations of those around him. University. He plans to major in engineering at university and hopes to become an engineer in the future. Dispersal. Police issued crowd dispersal orders to disperse the demonstrators. Rehearsal. The final dress rehearsal took place on stage in preparation for tomorrow's performance. Reversal. The dramatic comeback just before the end of the game sent the entire stadium into a frenzy of reversal. Universal. Freedom and equality are universal values for all humanity. Person. He is a very honest person and hates lying more than anything. Worsen. Without proper treatment, the injury may worsen. Personable. My new colleague was very personable and quickly got along with everyone. Personalize. It is important to personalize the service to meet the needs of the customer. Personally. I personally oppose the plan, but I intend to abide by the organization's decision. Conversant. He was very conversant with the latest AI technology and answered even technical questions promptly. Versus. Today's final match will be between the defending champions, Team A, and the promising newcomers, Team B. Precursor. This old experimental aircraft can be considered a precursor to the modern jet engine. Purser. When I became ill on the plane, the purser responded promptly. Anniversary. Today I'm having a family meal to celebrate my parents' 30th wedding anniversary. Cursory. He was short on time, so he just cursorily glanced over the materials and went to the meeting. Nursery. Since she and her husband both work, they leave their child at a local nursery every day. Submersible. Scientists used a submersible to explore unknown creatures in the deep sea. Merciful. He has a merciful heart and cannot leave people in trouble. Personal. This is my personal opinion and does not represent the company's. Adversity. He overcame many adversities from a young age to achieve his current success. Layperson. It is not easy to explain technical matters in a way that is easy to understand for laypersons. Nursing. She is studying nursing. Coercive. Coercive power by the state can restrict individual freedoms. Discursive. His talk was discursive and incoherent, and ultimately it was difficult to understand what he was trying to say. Subversive. The group is suspected of engaging in subversive activities that threaten the state system. Mercy. The judge, taking into consideration the defendant's deep remorse, showed mercy and reduced the sentence. Thirsty. He had been walking in the scorching heat and was extremely thirsty. Inertia. As an organization grows, inertia, which abhors change, takes hold, making it difficult to make reforms. Commercialism. In recent years, the festival has become tainted by excessive commercialism, and its original traditions are being lost. Commercially. The new technology is expected to be commercially available from next year. Commercial. The film was a commercial success but received mixed reviews from critics. Controversial. The new policy has become a highly controversial topic among the public. Inertial. An object is subject to inertial forces that try to maintain its current state of motion. Assertion. He made repeated strong assertions to prove his innocence. Coercion. A signature made not of one's own free will, but through coercion has no legal effect. Exertion. After strenuous physical exertion, adequate rest and hydration are necessary. Worship. Many people still come to worship at the old temple. Tertiary. The tertiary industry, services, is the backbone of the country's economy. Convertible. On nice days, he enjoyed driving his convertible with the roof down. Vertebra. The spine is made up of many vertebrae that connect together to support the body. Invertebrate. Jellyfish and octopuses are prime examples of invertebrates, which do not have a backbone. Vertebrate. Mammals, birds, reptiles, etc. are all classified as vertebrates, meaning they have a backbone. Certify. This document certifies that he has earned a valid degree. Fertilizer. To help the plants in my garden grow healthily, I spread organic fertilizer in early spring. Fertilize. To help crops grow, fields need to be fertilized periodically. Impertinent. His impertinent attitude made a very unpleasant impression on his superiors. Pertinent. To save time during the meeting, please only ask questions that are pertinent to the agenda. Courtesy. When visiting another country, you should show at least a minimum of courtesy to the local customs. Certitude. She had an unshakable certitude that her plan would succeed. Concerted. We made a concerted effort and completed the project on time. Fertile. The area is very fertile and produces a large amount of high-quality crops. Hurdle. The car lost control and hurtled towards the wall at high speed. Certain. I am certain that he will play an important role in this project. Curtain. She closed the curtain. Uncertain. Due to changes in the global situation, the future economic outlook is extremely uncertain. Certainly. Can you help me? Yes, certainly. Uncertainty. To alleviate his uncertainty about the future, he started investing. Inadvertence. Although it was a serious mistake, it was due to simple inadvertence, not malice. Inadvertent. He was in a hurry and made an inadvertent mistake. Inadvertently. He was in a hurry and inadvertently took someone else's umbrella. Advertisement. He saw an advertisement for a new smartphone in the newspaper and became interested. Vertex. Each vertex of the triangle to the opposite side. Incontrovertible. The evidence was incontrovertible and proved his innocence. Vertigo. He has a fear of heights and gets severe vertigo when looking down from a tall building. Vertical. The vertical axis of the chart shows sales trends over the past 10 years. Inverted. He used a special lens to project an inverted image onto a screen. Disconcerting. His silence had a disconcerting tone that made the other person uneasy. Diverting. To kill time while waiting, she read a diverting short story. Assertive. In order to get your opinion across, you sometimes need to be assertive. Furtive. Concerned about the eyes of those around him, he hid the letter in a furtive manner. Furtively. Concerned about the eyes of those around him, he furtively hid the envelope in his pocket. Dirty. The kids played in the mud and got their favorite clothes completely dirty. Courteous. The store clerk was very courteous and responded carefully to the customer's requests. Earthen. She bought some earthenware with a rustic feel at a local craft store. Earthenware. Came across a beautiful earthenware pot, made using traditional techniques. Furtherance. He decided to study abroad to further his career. Earthy. This wine is characterized by its powerful and earthy aroma. Observable. The phenomenon is fully observable using a powerful microscope. Curvature. The Earth's curvature can be seen from the top of a high mountain or from an airplane window. Serviceable. This old camera is still quite serviceable and still takes beautiful pictures. Conservatory. The conservatory has produced many talented pianists. Observatory. From the observatory at the top of the mountain, you can clearly observe even distant galaxies. Conservative. The politician has conservative views and is cautious about radical reforms. Conservatism. There remains a strong sense of conservatism in the region, and people tend to resist new changes. Servitude. In history class, I learned about the hardships of people who were once forced into unjust servitude. Fervid. He is a fervent supporter of the political group and attends all of its rallies. Deservedly. He deservingly won the award after years of hard work. Servile. He is disliked by those around him because he behaves in a very servile manner towards his superiors. Observance. Traditional festival observances serve to strengthen local communities. Fervent. The audience was deeply impressed by the young leader's fervent speech. Observant. He is very observant and notices even the slightest change in his surroundings. Servant. At the old mansion, the faithful servants who had served the family for many years welcomed them at the gate. Fervently. She prayed fervently to God for the speedy recovery of her family members' illnesses. Disservice. Distorting the facts causes great disservice to society. Nervous. He seemed a little nervous before his first big performance. Service. This hotel is loved by travelers from all over the world for its attentive service. Nervously. He nervously moved his fingers while waiting for his turn for the interview. Serviceman. Servicemen returning from the battlefield were happy to be reunited with their families. Fervor. The audience responded with enthusiastic fervor to the young leader's speech. Observer. He is participating in this election as a neutral observer. Server. The restaurant server kindly explained the recommended wines to us. Pervert. He sought to pervert the law's true purpose for his own personal gain. Deserving. His dedication is deserving of unanimous praise. Serving. The servings at this restaurant are very generous. Unnerving. The strange noises I heard coming from the forest at night were very unnerving. Subservience. He shows excessive subservience to his superiors and is looked down upon by his colleagues. Subservient. He has no opinions of his own and always takes a subservient attitude to his superiors' wishes. Impervious. He was impervious to criticism from those around him and stuck to his beliefs. Purview. The issue falls within the purview of the Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare and requires careful consideration. Jersey. The soccer players entered the stadium dressed in their new team jerseys. Aspersion. We should not spread unfounded rumors and subject others to aspersions. Aversion. Due to his experiences as a child, he has a strong aversion to crowds. Conversion. Technology is evolving to efficiently convert sunlight into electrical energy. Dispersion. When light passes through a prism, rainbow bands appear due to dispersion. Diversion. He enjoyed short walks as a diversion from his studies. Excursion. This weekend we are planning a day trip to the mountains. Immersion. The quickest way to learn a language is through immersion education, where you immerse yourself in that language's environment. Incursion. There have been small-scale military incursions by neighboring countries near the border. Inversion. A temperature inversion caused a thick fog to form near the ground. Perversion. Intentionally distorting the facts is a perversion of the truth. Reversion. The economy showed signs of recovery, but soon reverted back to its original recession. Submersion. The waterproof watch is designed to withstand prolonged submersion. Subversion. The secret organization was exposed for plotting subversion of the state system. Version. The problem will be fixed by updating the software to the latest version. Blurb. After reading the short blurb on the back cover of the book, I decided to buy the novel. Curb. To curb inflation, central banks have tried to raise interest rates to curb consumption. Disturb. He is concentrating on his work, so please do not disturb him unless it is an urgent matter. Herb. She grows fresh herbs on her balcony to use in cooking. Perturb. Even when he heard unexpected bad news, he remained calm and never became perturbed. Superb. Not only was the food at the restaurant delicious, but the service was also superb. Verb. When constructing an English sentence, it is essential to choose the appropriate verb that corresponds to the subject. Undisturbed. He concentrated on writing in an undisturbed environment, where he was not disturbed by anyone. Birch. The lakeside of the park is lined with birch trees with beautiful white trunks. Church. I go to church every Sunday. Lurch. The boat hit a big wave and suddenly lurched, throwing the passengers off balance. Perch. A small bird is perched on a branch of a tree in the garden, chirping happily. Research. He continues to conduct research on new energy technologies in his university laboratory. Search. He searched every nook and cranny of the room to find the missing key. Churchyard. The village's ancestors are buried in the churchyard behind the old church. Absurd. It is extremely absurd to believe such an unfounded rumor. Bird. I heard the chirping of a bird singing with a beautiful voice from the forest. Gird. Before the final, the players girded themselves and prepared for the battle. Heard. He heard a faint rumble of thunder in the distance, so he closed the window. Herd. On the hill, a large herd of cattle was grazing leisurely. Nerd. He is a self-confessed computer nerd and is well-versed in the latest technology. Preferred. He preferred the car to the train as a means of transportation to avoid the crowds. Word. He is a man who values his word and always keeps the promises he makes. Thirdly, firstly, budget, secondly, time, and thirdly, securing personnel are major challenges. Words. He is very skilled at choosing words and is good at capturing the hearts of his audience. Surf. His hobby is surfing on the beach every morning. Turf. He has laid out beautiful, lush turf in his yard. Burg. The small burg has an old church that retains its medieval appearance. Converge. Tourists from all over the world converged at the center of the festival. Dirge. During the funeral, sad dirge mourning the deceased was played throughout the venue. Diverge. Their opinions were similar at first, but as the discussion progressed they diverged greatly. Emerge. After passing through a long tunnel, a vast grassland emerged before our eyes. Merge. Two small rivers merge here to become one big river. Purge. In order to increase organizational transparency, corrupt executives were purged. Scourge. War is one of the greatest scourges of humanity. Splurge. I got my bonus, so I treated myself to a splurge at a fancy restaurant. Submerge. The floods caused many roads and houses to be completely submerged. Surge. As the typhoon approached, the sea level surged. Urge. Driven by an impulse, he ended up buying an expensive watch that he hadn't planned on buying. Verge. She was on the verge of losing consciousness due to exhaustion. Berserk. The child went berserk with rage after his favorite toy was broken. Clerk. He asked the hotel clerk to carry his luggage to his room. Irk. His irresponsible attitude irked those around him who were having serious discussions. Jerk. He was suddenly tapped on the shoulder and jerked in surprise. Lurk. I felt like someone was lurking in the corner of a dark alley. Perk. Free lunch from the company is one of the perks that employees appreciate. Quirk. He has a little quirk. He spins his pen when he thinks. Shirk. No matter how difficult the task, he never shirks responsibility. Smirk. He gave a nasty smirk, convinced that his plan was working. Work. He takes pride in his work and is unwilling to compromise on even the smallest details. Workforce. Many companies are struggling to secure a skilled workforce that can adapt to digitalization. Workhorse. This old truck is a reliable workhorse that supports our company's logistics. Workload. As the project deadline approached, the workload for all staff increased significantly. Workmanlike. He's not flashy, but he does a very workmanlike job. Workmanship. Even experts were amazed at the delicate workmanship of the watch. Workplace. In order to increase efficiency, it is essential to create a good workplace environment. Irksome. Doing the same monotonous tasks every day is very irksome for him. Workstation. He installed the latest workstation to improve the efficiency of his video editing. Workshop. He attended a hands-on workshop over the weekend to learn woodworking techniques. Works. He read the artist's collected works and was deeply moved by his ideas. Earl. He was born into a distinguished aristocratic family and inherited the title of Earl at a young age. Girl. The girl is playing the piano. Hurl. In a fit of rage, he hurled the nearest cushion against the wall. Pearl. She treasures a beautiful pearl necklace that she inherited from her grandmother. Swirl. The fallen leaves are blown by a strong wind and swirl in the air. Unfurl. The sailors unfurled their sails powerfully to catch the wind. Whirl. The shell had a beautiful whirl pattern created by nature. Girlfriend. He plans to go see a new movie with his girlfriend this weekend. Whirlpool. In this area of fast-flowing water, huge whirlpools occasionally form. Whirlwind. It was a whirlwind of events, with the two getting married just 3 months after meeting. World. Scientific advances allow us to instantly connect with people on the other side of the world. Worldly. He has traveled to many countries in his youth, which gives him a very worldly perspective. Worldwide. News of the innovative product spread worldwide and attracted a lot of attention. Affirm. She publicly affirmed that the plan was for peaceful purposes. Confirm. Just to be sure, I called to confirm that my flight reservation had been completed correctly. Firm. He has firm confidence in his decisions and is not swayed by the opinions of those around him. Germ. To prevent infection, you should wash off germs with soap when you return from going out. Infirm. He may be old and infirm, but he is still young at heart. Firm. In biology class, we learned about the fertilization process between mammalian sperm and eggs. Squirm. He squirmed uncomfortably in his chair as he was confronted about his lies. Term. The term of this contract is valid for 2 years from next month. Worm. After the rain, a bird was pecking at a worm that had crawled out of the ground. Firmly. He stood by his beliefs and spoke out firmly against his opponents. Wormwood. He felt the bitter experience like wormwood in his mouth. Confirmed. When I called to inquire about the reservation status, the person in charge confirmed that my seat was reserved. Terms. The two companies have reached an agreement on the terms of the new contract. Adjourn. As the scheduled time had passed, the chair declared the meeting adjourned. Burn. The campfire burned brightly, illuminating the surrounding area with warmth. Churn. The severe storm caused the sea to churn violently. Concern. The ongoing destruction of the environment is of grave concern to future generations. Discern. Although the fog was thick, we could just about discern the light of the lighthouse in the distance. Earn. He works hard every day to earn a salary to support his family. Fern. The moist forest floor is covered with dense, lush ferns. Learn. He takes programming classes on weekends to learn new skills. Return. He will return to his hometown next month. Spurn. He flatly spurned the unfair contract offer. Stern. He was very stern in reprimanding his subordinates for breaking the rules. Turn. Turn left at the corner and you'll see a large park in front of you. Upturn. An economic upturn, the unemployment rate is gradually beginning to decline. Urn. In a corner of the old temple stood a large, beautifully decorated urn. Yearn. It's been a long time since he left his hometown, and he yearns for the warm food of his hometown. Burnout. As a result of continuing to work excessive overtime, he suffered from severe burnout. Turnout. Interest in this election was high with record turnout. Turn down. The sudden turndown in the market has forced many companies to reduce their profits. Turnkey. The company signed a turnkey contract to cover everything from design to construction. Turncoat. He was accused of being a turncoat who had betrayed his former allies and defected to the enemy camp. Adjournment. As heated discussions ensued, the chair declared a temporary adjournment. Internment. During the war, many innocent civilians were forced into unjust internment. Turnover. The company improved its employee benefits package to reduce staff turnover. Turnpike. We took the turnpike to get to our destination faster. Turnstile. I passed through the turnstile at the station's ticket gate and headed to the platform. Concerned. His parents are very concerned about his poor health recently. Unconcerned. While everyone around him was panicking, he sat there looking surprisingly unconcerned. Burnt. The smell of burnt toast wafted from the kitchen. Turns. Life takes many unexpected turns. Chirp. In the quiet garden in the morning, small birds chirp merrily. Usurp. He used cunning means to usurp the throne from its rightful heir. Surplus. This year's harvest exceeded expectations, resulting in a surplus that can be used for export. Adverse. Despite the adverse weather conditions, the climbing team continued on to the summit. Averse. He is averse to taking risks and always prefers cautious investments. Coerce. Using power to coerce others is an act that goes against justice. Curse. He lamented his misfortune and cried out as if cursing the heavens. Disperse. The organization running the scholarship program dispersed the funds to the selected students. Disperse. The clouds disperse and the beautiful full moon finally appears. Diverse. This city is home to diverse cultures from all over the world. Immerse. She forgot about the hustle and bustle of the city and immersed herself in reading on the weekends. Intersperse. His speech was interspersed with jokes to keep the audience interested. Inverse. An inverse relationship exists in which an increase in supply causes a decrease in price. Nurse. As a nurse, she is dedicated to caring for patients. Obverse. The obverse of the medal features the goddess of victory, and the reverse side features the host city. Perverse. He has a perverse personality, and when he is told off, he deliberately does the opposite. Purse. She took out a small purse from her bag and paid with some coins. Rehearse. To ensure the success of his speech, he rehearsed the content many times in front of the mirror. Reimburse. The company reimbursed him for all travel expenses he incurred during his business trip. Reverse. He took one last gamble to reverse the situation. Terse. He was busy and only sent very terse replies to emails. Transverse. Beams are placed transversely to support the building structure. Verse. He quoted a specific verse from the Bible. Worse. Without proper treatment, his injury became worse than it was yesterday. Adversely. The sudden drop in temperature last night adversely affected crop growth. Disbursement. Budget disbursements are subject to rigorous audits and approvals. Reimbursement. To settle the business trip expenses, I attached the receipt and applied for reimbursement. Burst. The balloon suddenly burst, causing the children to jump in surprise. Cursed. Legend has it that the cave contains cursed treasure. First. The moment he scored his first goal, the stadium erupted in jubilation. Thirst. He quenched his thirst with water. Worst. You should prepare an evacuation plan in advance, assuming the worst-case scenario. Firstly, let's confirm the procedure carefully. Alert. While driving, you need to remain alert to changes in your surroundings. Assert. He consulted with a lawyer to ensure he could properly assert his rights. Avert. He averted his eyes from the horrific sight and took a deep breath. Blurt. He had intended to keep the secret, but he was so surprised that he blurted it out. Curt. Perhaps because he was busy, he only gave very curt replies to my questions. Dessert. After the main course, we enjoyed a sweet dessert made with plenty of fruit. Disconcert. His unexpected questions disconcerted even the experienced presenter. Divert. Due to the construction, police temporarily diverted traffic onto another road. Exert. He exerted all his strength to achieve his goal. Flirt. He has a flirty attitude towards everyone, so people tend to look down on him. Hurt. He fell while exercising and hurt his leg, making it difficult for him to walk. Inert. The chemical is very inert and does not react much with other substances. Insert. When using an ATM, insert your card into the slot. Invert. I edited the image and inverted it upside down. Overt. His behavior was overtly hostile and created tensions around him. Pert. She can be pert even when speaking to people older than her. Revert. I updated the software, but there was a problem, so I reverted to the original version. Shirt. He is wearing a new white shirt. Skirt. She is wearing a red skirt. Spurt. In the final kilometer of the marathon, he made a furious spurt and overtook his rivals. Squirt. Water squirted forcefully from the garden hose, creating a rainbow. Subvert. The spy was plotting to subvert the government system from within. Curtly. Perhaps because he was busy, he only answered my questions curtly. Berth. In preparation for the long ferry journey, he booked a private berth. Birth. He witnessed the moment of the birth of a new life and felt deeply moved. Dearth. There is a shortage of skilled engineers in the region, making them difficult to recruit. Earth. Seen from space, the Earth shone beautifully blue in the darkness. Girth. It took several adults holding hands to measure the girth of the giant tree. Mirth. His hilarious jokes filled the room with mirth. Rebirth. The old abandoned factory has undergone a dramatic rebirth as a hub for contemporary art. Unearth. Archaeologists unearthed the remains of the ancient city through excavations. Worth. This painting is said to be worth several hundred million yen. Birthday. Today is my 20th birthday, so I'm planning to celebrate with my family. Earthquake. The area is preparing for a major earthquake that is expected to occur in the future. Earthly. Earthly desires such as fame and fortune no longer had any meaning to him. Unearthly. From within the forest in the middle of the night, an unearthly cry, different from the cry of a bird, was heard. Birthplace. This quiet village is known as the birthplace of a world-famous poet. Birthright. Freedom is the birthright of all human beings. Birth rate. As the population ages and the birth rate declines, the decline in the birth rate is a serious problem for the nation. Worthwhile. It was a lot of hard work, but the sense of accomplishment when it was finished was worthwhile and more than made up for it. Earthworm. Earthworms play a vital role in cultivating the soil and helping plants grow. Conserve. We must conserve our limited natural resources for future generations. Curve. The road curves here. Deserve. His many years of dedicated effort deserves the highest praise. Nerve. Even in front of a large audience, he spoke confidently without losing his nerve. Observe. Scientists carefully observed and recorded the results of their experiments. Preserve. In this area, there are many activities to preserve the historic townscape. Reserve. It's a popular restaurant, so you need to reserve a seat in advance. Serve. They serve delicious food. Swerve. He swerved to avoid the cat that had jumped out at him. Verve. Her performances are full of verve and inspire all who listen. Curved. The coastline is beautifully curved, making it a great spot for photography. Deserved. After years of hard work, he finally deserved the prestigious award. Preserved. The old townscape has been preserved in its original form, attracting tourists. Arrhythmic. He felt his heart beating arrhythmically after strenuous exercise. Purl. She used the knitting technique purl to create an intricate pattern. Around the world. After he retired, he set off on an around-the-world cruise, a dream he had always dreamed of. Dermatitis. He developed severe dermatitis on his hands after reacting to a specific detergent. Astern. The captain reversed the engines to move the ship astern in preparation for docking. Cursive. The cursive letters she wrote with a fountain pen were very flowing and beautiful. Advert. He checks the job adverts in the newspaper every day to look for a new job. Ambivert. He is an ambivert, able to be either sociable or introverted depending on the situation, and has very smooth interpersonal relationships. Braggart. He is a braggart who exaggerates his achievements and is shunned by those around him. Sergeant-at-arms. To maintain order in the house, sergeants-at-arms removed members who made inappropriate remarks. Turbid. Heavy rain has turned the clear water in the river into a turbid brown color. Superbill. After seeing a doctor, you will receive a superbill with all the details you need to file an insurance claim. Aridity. The aridity of desert areas is extremely severe, making it a harsh environment for plants and animals to survive. Curtsy. The young woman bowed deeply before the queen, bending her knees slightly. Curtsy. The girl bowed politely before the queen, bending her knees. Granary. The harvested wheat was stored in huge granaries to provide food for the winter. Inerrancy. The religious group believes in inerrancy, that is, that the writings in the scriptures are free from any errors. Perfumery. She studied traditional perfumery techniques in France and developed her own unique scents. Perfunctorily. He was not enthusiastic about his work and responded perfunctorily to instructions from his superiors. Perigee. During perigee, when the moon is closest to Earth, it appears larger and brighter than usual. Perspicacity. His keen perspicacity allowed him to instantly discern the truth hidden behind complex cases. Scurvy. Sailors during the Age of Discovery suffered from scurvy, a disease caused by a lack of vitamin C. Sphericity. Scientists have made various observations to prove the sphericity of the Earth. Sturdily. The bridge is sturdily constructed to withstand strong muddy waters. Tannery. The town's riverside was lined with tannery factories that processed animal skins to make leather. Tutelary. Ancient people had a deep faith in tutelary gods who protected their land and their clans. Unerringly. The great detective unerringly pinpointed the real culprit from the scant evidence. Urbanity. He possessed urban sophistication, and his demeanor exuded a unique urbanity. Interbreed. Biologists investigated whether different subspecies interbreed in the wild. Interbreeding. Increased interbreeding can lead to a loss of genetic diversity in the population as a whole. Tureen. In the center of the dinner table was a large ceramic tureen filled with hot soup. Meringue. She carefully beats egg whites and sugar to bake a crispy meringue. Surefire. This new advertising strategy is a surefire way to double your sales. Verbose. His explanation is very verbose with many unnecessary words, and it is difficult to grasp the main points. Viscera. During the operation, the doctor carefully checked the patient's viscera for any abnormalities. Wisteria. In spring, beautiful purple wisteria flowers hang from the park's wisteria trellis. Personage. Many important people from the political and business world were gathered at the party venue. Workbook. To solidify his math foundation, he works on his workbook every day. Circumlocution. He did not answer questions directly, but rather used a lot of circumlocution to avoid the core of the issue. Corruptible. Power can corrupt people, and those with weak will are easily corruptible. Gerbil. He bought a cage at the pet store to keep a small gerbil. Germinal. The research is still in its germinal stage, but it shows great promise. Illiberal. The government severely restricts freedom of speech and has very illiberal policies. Incorporeal. Whether or not people believe in incorporeal beings such as ghosts or spirits varies from person to person. Indiscernible. A tiny dot seen in the distance is indiscernible to the naked eye. Supernal. The light filtering through the clouds was filled with a supernal beauty that seemed otherworldly. Urban development. The government has announced a major urban development plan to revamp the country's aging infrastructure. Working class. He prides himself on being working class and campaigns for workers' rights. Anteroom. He sat quietly in the richly decorated anteroom while waiting for his appointment. Hit or miss. His approach is hit or miss with inconsistent results. Paronym. Words that have the same origin and similar spelling and sound, such as effect and effect, are called paronyms. Paroxysm. He found it so funny that he fell off his chair in a paroxysm of intense laughter. Spoonerism. Mistakenly saying lightning bug as biting lug is a classic example of a spoonerism. Chaperone. When she went out with a young man, her strict mother accompanied her as a chaperone. Perdition. He feared eternal perdition for breaking the taboo. Peroration. He concluded his speech with a powerful peroration that left a deep impression on the audience. Persimmon. In autumn, the persimmons in the garden ripen to a bright orange and are ready to be harvested.